Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a very gloomy Okokoyo in Namibia. And of course, thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature and spending your Tuesday with us. My name is Lisa. I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And of course, keeping an eye on Okokoyo as well as the Djuma Dam Camp, making sure we don't miss out on any visitors. But as I said, it is a fairly gloomy day today in Okokoyo. We have not really had any visitors yet. I've seen 2 springbok, so woohoo, we're off to a good start. But I was mentioning to FC as well, I would love to see a predator at Okokoyo. That would really make my day. So it's going to be very interesting to see what today will hold with this type of weather. Are we going to get a lot of general game? Will the Abdam storks come back again? What will today hold for us? But as always, we are live and we are, of course, interactive because this is your safari. So please do send through any questions, any comments, any suggestions you might have throughout the day. And I do just also want to mention, remember the questions, the comments is not just necessarily pertaining to what we currently are looking at. If you have any questions about the locations or perhaps us as naturalists or any animals in general in Africa, you are more than welcome to send those through to us. We love hearing from you and we love chatting with you. So I really am looking forward to see what today is going to give us. So we know what it looks like today in Okokoyo, but hopefully, the sun might come out, we never know. But speaking of which, let's have a look at today's weather and see what we can expect. So as we all know, it's good to know the weather, but it really does surprise us in terms of what we can expect for the day. Generally, with this type of weather, predators might be active. You never know. However, it has been a dry season in terms of predator sightings for us in Okokoyo. So I really am hoping to break that record today. I'm putting my positive energy out there and hopefully that will bring us something. But even if it doesn't, anything that comes our way will definitely make our day. So we will see what we can find today in the lovely Okokoyo. Even if we just see the secretary bird again, that will really make me super happy. But let me know what you are looking forward to today. And again, if you have any specific questions or requests, you are more than welcome to let us know. We've got 1 springbok so far. We're off to a good start. Correction. We had 1 springbok. Murphy's Law. But there were a couple of more. But while it is so quiet, I quickly want to touch on something that I touch on quite often. I know I probably sound like a broken record. So this morning whilst I was driving to work, I heard on the news that rhino poaching is becoming a massive problem in KwaZulu-Natal, which is one of 9 provinces in South Africa. Now, of course, throughout Africa, poaching in general is a massive issue. But they say that just within the last year, KZN, which is KwaZulu-Natal, has lost 242 rhinos just in the last year itself. Apparently, Kruger's poaching numbers have actually decreased, which is a good thing, of course. Kruger is a very, very, very big national park. It's about 2 million acres. But it really was such a big concern to me because I remember where I used to previously work as well, there'd be a lot of reports about people getting out of their vehicles, suspicious vehicles, all of that. But I really got worried once again this morning to hear that statistic, because 242 doesn't sound like a lot. But if you look at the population in general, it really is decreasing. And that is why I'm so anxious, even, just here in Okokoyo, to see the black rhinos again, because it really is such a massive privilege. Even when we see the rhinos in Kariga or in Djuma perhaps, it's so special to see them. But I remember my first reserve that I worked on, there was actually a policy that we tried our best to enforce, in terms of dealing with the guests. But if we did see rhinos, we asked them very, very, very nicely, if you do take photos of the rhinos, please enjoy it, but please do not post it on any social media. And I actually want to put that request out there, because I know we've got a lot of guests, that visit national parks, whether it's in South Africa or anywhere else in the world, and not just necessarily pertaining to rhinos. If there are animals that are threatened or, maybe victims of poaching or anything like that, please don't post it on social media. I know one of my family members is very naughty when it comes like this. And of course, you do want to share that with the world. But even something like lions, remember that too is becoming a drastic problem in South Africa specifically, where lions are getting poached for their paws and their organs and their bones and all of that. So I know it's always wonderful to be able to share with people, we saw a rhino and it was magnificent. And for some people, it's the first time seeing a rhino. But as far as you can, please do not post where you saw that rhino, because I promise you, poachers are everyday people. It's really, really sad to say that, but they do monitor social media. They monitor the pages and the websites of a lot of reserves and national parks. And if we actually go and just post, not to be confused, post, I saw this magnificent rhino in this area, they definitely keep an eye on that. As well as, when we do have the opportunity to see rhinos, for instance, here in Okokoyo, we've seen some magnificent black rhinos. But again, how sad is it that there actually has to be people physically walking with those rhinos, keeping an eye on them, making sure they are safe. So I just wanted to address that again. I do apologize. I know I sound like a broken record when it comes like that, but I feel as ambassadors for wildlife, even if you are not qualified, even if you are just a wildlife lover, I think it's definitely an important message to spread. If you know of a friend or a family member that, does visit Kruger often, for instance, please just remind people not to post those pictures. And again, poachers aren't stupid. They know, there's rhinos in this area. Or people, of course, advertise as a Big 5 area. But please don't post it on social media. I beg of you. And again, it's a horrible thing to say, but this morning when I heard that statistic, I was quite horrified. I came into work quite grumpy, I have to say. But yes, all right. Now that my rant is out of the way, But if we've got any keen birders out there, let me know what you think this bird call is that we are hearing. If you've got any specific requests as to which birds you want us to look for, perhaps. Hopefully the Abdom storks will give us a good show today. Yesterday was absolutely magnificent when around midday they took off in a massive flock of probably like 1,000 to 2,000 birds, which was incredible. Or perhaps you just want to have a look at our beautiful Egyptian goose family, which again, we see them every single day, but I really never get tired of them. They are so special, and it is really so incredible that all 6 of the goslings are still alive and well. Why am I just seeing 5? We'll have a look now as soon as they get out. You're probably thinking, Lisa, why do you not have your ducks in a row? No, it's good to check in with them every single day. I've grown very fond of them. And I like to make sure that all of them are still safe every single day. No, we've got 6. We're good. All is well in the world of Namibia. And of course, this beautiful, beautiful waterhole that we get to observe every single day is in the lovely Etosha National Park in Namibia. And it's a rather big park, national park, but it's not as big, for instance, as Kruger. As I said, Kruger is about 2 million acres. Etosha is only about, give or take 22,000 and a half square kilometers, which is not at all that big. I used to work on a private game reserve that used to be that big, so again, very crucial to take care of all the animals. But you would think that the lions or the black rhino or the elephants have come to say hello to us, but not yet. Oh, that's wonderful. It sounds like Ben is off to a better start than we are in terms of mammal sightings. So I'm going to send you over to Madikwe so we can look at a dazzle of zebras.
Yes, good morning everybody, and welcome to Escape to Nature from Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest of South Africa. And we've started the morning with a beautiful big herd of plains zebra around an area known as Vlei Pan. And there seem to be more filing in from the left as well, probably 40 or 50 individuals within the surrounding area, which is lovely to see. Great to see big groups of zebra like this as opposed to just the little groups that we often get in the Lowveld, purely because here we have a lot more open area, we have a lot more grazing opportunities, and the zebras are very happy about this, as you can see. There is a little bit of water here, so we're hoping they're all going to come down and drink, but as you can see there are more and more filing in, and we will expect to find some elephant bulls and things in this area, although none have shown themselves just yet. But the other day we were here, we had quite a few bulls come down and have a drink because the water source here is pumped, so there is a pipe with fresh water coming in, and that will always attract elephants to the area because they are very picky. But look at all these zebras, now you can really see that dazzling effect. Speaking of dazzling, it is I, Ben, and on camera I have got Igor with me, even if my earpiece is falling out. And yeah, we're having a lovely day here in Madikwe. It is a bit windy, you might be able to hear, but we've got relatively clear skies, It's forecasted temperatures around about the high 20s, low 30s today. So we're buckling in for Escape to Nature, going to check various little water holes and other areas. Sorry, all my earpieces keep falling out. And see what we can find. Hopefully, yeah, plenty of elephants, lots of plains game. But this is the biggest group of zebra that we've seen since we've been here, and one lone wildebeest who looks like he's coming to join the party. And one of them looks like he's gone down to the water. I imagine they will all follow suit. So traditionally, zebras are a little bit nervous when they come down to drink, because obviously with their heads down, they can't look around for predators. Good morning to you too, Anna. Razzle dazzle indeed. So a dazzling display going on in front of us for sure. Sorry if I sound distracted, there is what looks like it could be a Lanner falcon that just flew past, but it's going to be far too far away to get on the camera, but if he comes closer we'll definitely show you that, because that's a very, very pretty bird. But yes, a dazzling scene unfolding here at Flaypan. More and more zebras keep filing into the area. Absolutely stunning. Got some little foals in there. Looks like the front runners have decided it is safe to go and have a drink, as they should do. There's enough eyes and ears, I think, to look out for potential danger. And of course, they are genetically programmed to be aware of crocodiles as well. Not that there are very many in this area, due to a general lack of water. There are one or two. There's one in front of the lodge, or in the dam in front of the lodge where we're staying, at Jackie's Lodge. And sometimes we see one in Jakudu Pan, which you might know now with all the dead trees in it, that we've shown you a few pictures of yesterday afternoon, where we had some elephants drinking there as well. But a mass of stripes, and you can certainly see now when they're all clustered together like that, it becomes very, very difficult to isolate an individual. If you're a predator and you want to focus on one animal, it would be very, very hard to pick out who's who here. And as they move behind one another, it becomes very much like an optical illusion, and very, very difficult to pick an individual. And you might notice, even if you see some of the smaller ones, they are characteristically have very, very long legs, the foals here. And that, we believe, is an adaptation to help against predation as well. By having long legs, it means that their belly height is the same as the adults almost from birth, and thus they do not stick out, and they're harder for a predator to visualize, and may help them in terms of safety. If anybody would like to count the zebras, you are most welcome to, but I think you will find it a little bit difficult. Excuse the vehicle going past at the back. That is one of the main roads in from the gate, and that's one of the tributaries that feeds all the lodges are off little tributary roads from here. So we do get the occasional bit of traffic on these main roads, because there are 20-something lodges here. So it can get quite busy, but it's such a huge area, you wouldn't know it when you're out and about. 70,000 hectares of pristine Kalahari thornfelt to explore. No, Timothy, you do get bachelor herds of zebras. Sometimes you'll get them together, because remember, you're not gifted females, and so until they find their own females, they'll often hang around. They'll often hang around together in bachelor groups until they are able to start their own harem. So youngsters particularly, and as always, it makes more sense to stay with others, because it increases your chance of survival, in terms of percentage chance of you being eaten by something, and also more eyes and more ears, as I said. So yeah, occasionally you do, but not great big bachelor herds. Normally I'm used to seeing groups of maybe 3 or 4 males together, but not more. But again, in an area like this, where we obviously have a very, very good population of zebra, you may find larger herds. Seems to be a queue forming. There is a perfectly good dam sort of between us and where the zebras are, but that little waterhole there saying it's being fed by fresh water, so evidently the zebras have figured this out, and there is a queue to go down and get the nice water instead of the muddy water, which I fully understand why. Looks like the first shift is over, the next shift is moving in. You see lots of little interactions going on there. Zebras are notoriously sort of cantankerous. You do get a lot of kicking and biting, particularly amongst the males and also amongst the females, because there is a pecking order in the females, and if one of the lower ranking females tries to do something she shouldn't, she's normally disciplined quite quickly by one of the more senior members. Sarah, morning. Well, there are two sort of main species and then some subspecies therein. These are the plain zebra, and there are sort of derivatives of that, and then you have the mountain zebra, of which there are a few derivatives of that as well. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you do get, for example, the main difference between the plains and the mountain zebra is the stripes, particularly. So the mountain zebras, well, you can see these zebras, you can see how the stripes wrap right the way round underneath the belly and almost sort of touch and that sort of central line of the stomach. Cape Mountain zebras have stripes down the side and then have white bellies, and that's just an adaptation to help reflect some of the light that radiates off the rocks, so excuse me, due to their more sort of rocky habitat. And then you could also look at sort of the pattern of stripes on their rumps. So here you can see there's sort of continuous stripes that follow the line of the body. On the mountain zebras, they're more sort of horizontal, and we always sort of call it like a gridiron pattern. So a little bit more horizontal and thicker stripes. And then also on the legs as well, they have less markings on the legs, the zebras, in terms of the stripe pattern. You do get a Grevy's zebra as well, which is a subspecies of the plains, and then you get a Hartmann zebra, which is a subspecies of the mountain. Hartmann zebras are a little bit bigger, and they almost have a little dewlap. But again, they inhabit quite dry, arid areas, so that just helps them store extra moisture and fat reserves. But the main difference is the stripes. The Cape Mountain has the more gridiron pattern on the rump and the white bellies. And this is the same species of zebra. It used to be called Equus burchelli when it was Burchell's zebra. It's now changed to Equus quagga. The quagga is an extinct sort of species of zebra now. But they're the same species that you see in East Africa that we get here, but there are regional differences. So you may notice in these ones we have what we call that shadow stripe, that little brown stripe in between the blacks and the whites. You won't find that up in East Africa, and again it's thought that that's probably an adaptation because here we have a little bit more vegetation as opposed to the wide open grassland plains up in East Africa, and maybe that brown is just an adaptation to help with camouflage in a slightly different type of habitat. beautiful vistas here in Madikwe. As I say, these open areas do attract a lot of attention, and it's going to be quite warm today, but say you may be able to hear on the microphone that there is quite a strong breeze blowing, but we are out in the open at the moment. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of animals coming down to take advantage of this nice fresh water source here. We are now surrounded by zebras on all sides of us. Oh, Igor, if you're lucky, this Lanner falcon might be about to fly past us. Here it comes. So you may have just got a brief flyby there. Just going to see if we can see where he lands. Oh, there was a little dead tree. I thought he was going to land on it. I'm guessing it's a Lanner. Possibly a juvenile, the one that I can see. But sorry, I know you can't see it, but just trying to keep an eye on it in case it lands somewhere. It has alighted on a dead tree, but it's going to be too far away. We won't be able to show it to you, unfortunately. But nice to see one of those little avian predators arcing around above us. A nice youngster just off to the left of that group there, Igor, if you go left just a touch. A mother and youngster just separated from the group there. I was talking before how long the legs are. He's adopted a, should we say, a bathroom stance there. But when he stands up straight, you'll see that they are really rather tall and sort of walk on stilt-like legs when they are young. Very funny if you see a relatively newborn one really struggling to coordinate those limbs. But very precocial, as most antelope species, which is necessary to avoid predators, because you are, of course, at your most vulnerable when you have just arrived. But those long legs just help to hide the youngster in amongst the mass of adults. So mother will go away from the group for the first few days of birth, and that gives the two of them time to bond and imprint on each other through smell particularly, but also on their stripe patterns. Of course, each zebra is completely unique with that barcode, and it is thought that the young ones particularly imprint on the patterns sort of around the shoulders, so where the front legs meet, there's sort of more triangular features there, and so everyone is very much unique, and it's thought that the youngsters will learn that pattern and be able to recognize mum not only through sight and sound, but smell and sound, but also through sight. Sorry, MC, you broke up completely then. I heard it was a question from Martin, but I didn't get the actual question. Could you repeat it, please? Martin, certainly in the mammalian world they do. Obviously, that's rather dictated by whether or not there is parental care, because don't forget things like amphibians and the majority of reptile species, there is little or more commonly no parental care, insects and arthropods as well. But in the mammal kingdom, then yes, absolutely. But say not always by sight, because their eyes aren't very well developed, but by sound and particularly smell. Every animal, remember, has its own unique scent and its own pheromones and its own chemistry. And remember, their sense of smell is far, far more accurate than ours is. So they're able to recognize an individual in a mass of zebras like we have here. We were having a discussion a couple of mornings ago about how we also use scent, even though we don't really know that we're using it, about how we tend to become friends with people who have similar, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but body odors that we do. We sort of recognize similarities, the way attraction works in terms of scent, how we can potentially pick up whether somebody is in poor health or good health by their scent. Lots and lots of examples in humans and studies that have been done in psychology that prove that we also use scent, but on a far more unconscious basis. But it's becoming less and less prevalent as we say have a digital age these days, and we write and we read and we communicate with one another through speech. Thankfully, we do not have to walk around and sniff each other. You imagine that would be quite awkward in a social situation. So there are the occasional example of mammals, of animals that aren't mammals that exhibit parental care. Of course, birds do, and there is not so much imprinting in birds. That's really well, that's how brood parasites are able to fulfill that niche. Things like cuckoos and honey guides that lay their eggs in other birds' nests. The parents often don't realize that they're raising somebody else's chicks. But crocodiles would be an example of a reptile that exhibits some form of parental care. The mothers help the little ones get out of the eggs. They'll also carry them down to the water's edge, sometimes in their mouth, and sort of protect them for the first few weeks. Even examples of sort of nesting behavior in reptiles. The python is well known to lie out in the sun, warm up its core body temperature almost to the point of having a stroke, and then return to the nest and coil around those eggs and transfer some of the heat to help with incubation. So few and far between, but there are examples of parental care in other taxonomic orders. I've just done a quick head count of all the zebras that are around us, because you're only seeing a small proportion. There's a lot of them sort of behind the vehicle, which is obviously very difficult for us to show you, but there's a very, very quick skimming head count. I've counted somewhere around the region of 65 zebras just in the vicinity here. So very healthy populations. Of course, over in Djuma and the eastern side of South Africa in the Lowveld, you're lucky to see a group of more than 10 would be an unusually large amount. But there are just not these nice open patches. when I worked up in Tanzania in Katavi National Park for a year, a long time ago now, about 10 years ago. Obviously that's not the East African plains that you're used to seeing in the Serengeti and the Masai Mara. That was quite a wooded area, but then there were these huge open floodplains. Saw a couple of groups of zebra there that we estimated numbered probably between 800 and 1,000 up there, which is certainly the most I've ever seen. And I'm yet to revel in the delights of the Great Migration. I've spent time in Tanzania, but was never able to get up to the Serengeti because Katavi's right down in the southwestern corner and the Serengeti's in the northeast, and it's quite a big country. So I never had the chance to get up there, but it's still on the bucket list, certainly, to see hundreds of thousands of zebras roaming the plains up there. It must be quite the sight to behold. And at the back you can still see our lone blue wildebeest loitering with intent in amongst the zebras. So this will be his territory. This will be a territorial bull, I've no doubt, and he's got a stunning territory here. He's got shelter, he's got plenty of nice short grass, he's got fresh water. Actually very surprised he hasn't attracted some females to this area. But if you do go out on a safari or drive yourself around a game reserve, it's not uncommon to find individual wildebeest bulls on their own. People are often confused by this, thinking they're normally quite gregarious, but say there'll be a territorial bull who is hoping that a group of females will join him in his territory, attracted there by the resources he has available, and then he will get mating rights and hope that they will stay there, but they are not sort of bound to him, if that's the right word, like they are in zebra, where they will roam anywhere, but it'll be a male and his group of females. This bull, if he was to attract some females, he might do well to keep the females around for a while, but they are not sort of attached to him, and at some point they will wander off and hopefully be replaced with another group. Well, it sounds like we've got all the mammals and all the zebras here. Lisa, it seems, is still struggling to find a mammal, so let's wander over there, spend some time with her, and maybe we can help her spot a mammal on the horizon.
I am so happy for you, Ben. No, it's always wonderful to see zebras. Yes, it is quiet, not just in Okokoyo. I've literally scouted every tree and nook and cranny in Djuma as well, at Gowrie Dam. I've seen some buffalo weavers, and I even saw forktail drongo here in Okokoyo. I almost said ocktail. Goodness, what an odd word. But yes, we've just got some springbok hanging around, enjoying the flowers, the grass, but no lambs yet. Of course, they are always special to see. Ooh. Just want to see if we can see those birds. With the luck I've been having, I'm not too hopeful, but you never know. Now, I've literally scouted every tree in the actual camp as well, in Okokoyo, and I'm having difficulty today. But I've always said to my guests, perhaps it is the quiet before the storm. You never know. You never know, or perhaps it's just a storm coming. One of the two. But that is perfectly fine. For now, remember to send me your questions, your comments, anything you might like to know about the animals, about myself. You're more than welcome to ask me anything as well. Even if it's personal, I'll try my best to answer it. While we look for some animals here in the beautiful Okokoyo. Lisa's fan club. Good morning. You would like to know what's the rarest bird I've caught on the dam cams? Ooh, that is a tricky one. Tricky. I will have to give that a good head scratch. But I mean, for me personally, just in the recent days, which seems silly now, knowing that we've seen, thousands of them in the past couple of days, but the Abdam stork, I mean, that for me was very special last week when I got to see my first one. And again, it's not a endangered bird, it's just, it's a seasonal bird. So for me, seeing that was rather special. And in all of the areas I've worked, the Waterbergs, Greater Kruger, I've actually never seen one. So to see that one last week was pretty special. But again, the day before yesterday, we saw many of them. So you're probably thinking, it's not very rare. But I will give it a good think over and let you know in terms of the dam cams. But I have to say it's pretty special, to see all of the birds, even when we see the juvenile. Ding 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 ding. Sorry. That guinea fowl just jiggied over the screen. Even when we see the juvenile martial eagle in Djuma, or something like, I would say the coolest thing in terms of not necessarily the rarest bird, but the coolest bird sighting for me so far has been, it wasn't my find, it was one of our zoomies on the Djuma Dam Cam that caught that juvenile martial eagle that had a monitor lizard kill. Unfortunately, we missed the hunt or the actual kill. But then also I've been able to catch a juvenile African fish eagle that had the biggest catfish and was busy maneuvering that around and feeding on it. So that was pretty spectacular as well. But I will definitely get back to you in terms of rare bird sightings. But I have to say, I enjoy all of them. Even just the kingfishers, the European bee eaters we've been seeing here has been really magnificent. And of course, I've had 2 secretary bird sightings here in Okokoyo, which that also isn't common. So definitely that too. But I really do enjoy all birds. They are super fascinating. They are always around, even if there are no mammals around, even if you're just following one springbok, like now. Birds are always around, whether they are vocalizing or, you can actually see them in flight. I've really enjoyed these past few days with the Abdam storks. That definitely has been a first for me. So yes, I would say that is my final answer. But let me know what's your rarest bird sighting you've had. I almost feel like it should be nighttime with all of these crickets calling. It really is feels like we are in the twilight zone right now. But I think one of my rarest bird sightings I've also seen, it wasn't on the dam cam, this was when I was still actively guiding. There's 3 actually, so I've seen an African, ooh, look at that guy. I love when they do that. The little grebe, sorry. I get distracted easily. I would definitely say I've seen an African finfoot, and the only reason this is so memorable for me, my previous lodge manager, Stefan, he was an avid birder. He was good with his bird calls, he was really good with IDing birds, and we had this one African finfoot that was in what we called Kubu Dam. Now, it was part of a massive river that actually flowed through our reserve. It was part of the Limpopo River. And a little bit just before I finished at that lodge, I was on safari, just taking it easy. And what did I see? I saw this finfoot. And immediately, I call Stefan, he comes to the dam, and it's not there. And I think this happened 3 consecutive days. So that for me, as I say, he's had some brilliant bird sightings. That really for me was a very funny one. Another one I had was, now that I think about it, it's not that great. But it was a dark chancing goshawk that had just caught a tree squirrel. Now, when we stopped, we saw it coming in for landing, and it perched on this branch, and I promise you, it sort of leaned against the actual trunk of the tree, and it ripped off the head with its beak whilst holding the body, and that was, I don't know, it's imprinted in my brain. It was really gruesome, but super memorable, because again, it just shows you how incredible all of these animals are. And then, of course, my other one that I've often referred to was the first time that I got to see guinea fowl chicks. Oh my goodness, if you do not know what a helmeted guinea fowl chick looks like, please do go research it. It is super adorable, you will cry. But of course, a lot of memorable bird sightings over my time in the bush, doing the dam cams, all of that. As I say, I really do enjoy birding. Initially, when I became a guide, it was not really my favorite thing, only because I didn't have a lot of experience and knowledge in it, and I still don't. There's always something to learn and observe and to educate yourself on. But it really was very, very cool to have seen so many different bird sightings. I've also seen a martial eagle that was feeding on a crested francolin, which is pretty impressive if you take the size comparison. But lots of many things. Peter, good morning. You would like to know if all ducks have preening glands or glands. I never know how to say that word. Yes, all birds have preening glands, that thing. And of course, this is to maintain their feathers, and the actual secretion contains waxes, glycerides, fatty acids, all sorts of things that they can actually help keep them glossy and beautiful. And it's so funny, when some birds are molting. I often enjoyed this on Penguin Beach, when they pluck out their feathers, you're like, oh, that seems really painful, but that bird is just like, oh, I want to be pretty. My aunt always says beauty is pain, so I guess that is the case for birds. But yes, they do have preening glands, and of course they will use that for their plumage, their feathers, for actual hygiene, if you can call it that, to keep themselves clean as well. And a lot of birds you might see every now and again actually aloe groom as well. But again, there's a lot of things that birds do to keep themselves pretty, such as sunbathing, dust bathing, anting, actual water bathing. So they really are fascinating creatures. In terms of everything, really, in terms of their foot structures, the nests they construct, the social structures they have. Some birds are brood parasites, of course. They just decide, no, I'm going to have these chicks, but I'm not going to raise them. Or something like an African jacana. Oh, it's my favorite bird. A little bit cheeky. The lady just sort of has her fun with the male, and then she says, here are the eggs, here you go, have fun in raising them. And she moves on. What a loosey-goosey. Well, I will continue to wait for the animals and see why these springboks are running away from one another. But I will keep you posted, and of course keep my eyes on our dam cams. But for now I'm going to send you over to Nick, who's in the beautiful Kariga.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve, down here in the Eastern Cape of South Africa. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today, and I'm so happy that you could join us. We're on a little exploratory mission today. Thought we'd try and get to some new areas, bring you some new spots that we haven't been to before, some new landscapes. Obviously in turn hoping to find a few animals along the way. We did have a little bit of rain overnight, so in all the little potholes and dongas and things like that, those have filled up with water quite nicely. Lots of lightning and thunder last night. Quite a hard rain, but quite short period of time. Not enough to fill up a lot of the dried up water holes and things like that, dried up mud wallows. And in terms of where we've come to, we have come very far south and west. We're all quite well aware of Scotia Dam. We spend a lot of time around Scotia Dam, and like I said, I thought we'd just come and explore some new areas today, see what we can find. So we are many kilometers away from the Scotia Dam area, and it's amazing when you come to different spots of the reserve. Lots of different things to spring up. We have seen one or two of these tall white squirrels around Scotia Dam, but not in the sheer abundance of where we are right now. So remember, positionally throughout Kariega Game Reserve, on the eastern side of Kariega, we have the Kariega River, which flows just on the eastern side of Scotia Dam itself. And we mentioned that we've come very far south and west. So we're now close to the Bushmans River, which is on the far western side of the reserve. So the Bushmans River is probably about 300 meters on our right-hand side of where we're looking at the moment. So we're on the open plains close to the Bushmans. And look at the amount of these tall white squirrels that we've got. It is absolutely unreal. I mean, they're everywhere. If I pan to the right-hand side, you'll see that they literally are everywhere. Look at this. This is tall white squirrel haven. So you can see there's one or two sort of greenish squirrels still, but most of them are starting to dry out. And it's been interesting even watching a lot of the grasses and things like that in the open plains of something like a Scotia Dam. Even those grasses are starting to dry out, so it's not surprising to see that a lot of these squirrels themselves are starting to dry out. And just to give you a bit of perspective, they're probably about 1.5 meters, 2 meters tall or so, but there is a covering of them everywhere. Robin, they will not be the tallest. They're certainly very plentiful here, but you look at something like your river euphorbia, that is also classified as being a succulent, that can grow to be about 15 meters tall or so. So significantly taller than these squirrels. And generally for these squirrels, they like more sort of open areas. So an open plain like where we are, this is going to be favored by them. Whereas your river euphorbias, they enjoy more sort of mountainous regions. So if I zoom up here and try and get the background in focus for you, you can see all of those trees on the hillside in the back. Those are all river euphorbias. So you wouldn't find the squirrels up in areas like that. Really just lower down here, closer to the bottom of the valley. So we do have big ridge lines surrounding us all over the place here. I mean, I couldn't even start to count the amount of these squirrels that are around here. So I'm keeping a good eye out for insect life. Remember, these squirrels are poisonous. The little seed pods, there are poisons there. And there are quite a few different types of insects that will eat these little pods and assimilate those toxins and use them in their body. It doesn't harm them. And then they will use that to try and protect themselves. You can see every now and then we do get a gust of wind. You can see them blowing in the breeze. But so nice to come and check a different area out here.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We have, as expected, been joined by a couple of elephant bulls. There's a big old man here. You can see those sunken temples. A very mature elephant, this one. Probably in excess of 40, I would think, just looking at him. Looks a little bit weathered around the edges. Sorry, boy, for saying so. He's had a little bit of a drink at the pipe, and he's now made his way towards this more sort of natural pan where there is plenty of mud, and we are hoping that he's going to have a little bit of a mud bath. But currently it looks as if he's rather run out of batteries. Oh, there we go, there is some movement. It wasn't a plastic one, we put it out just to entertain you. I'll watch him carefully and see what his plans are, but yeah, we're hoping for a little bit of a mud bath. But as is often the case with elephant bulls, they don't do anything in a rush if they don't have to. But a magnificent animal. I'm sure tipping the scales at close to 7 tons. So well over 10,000 pounds, if you prefer pounds, maybe about 12,000 pounds I would guess. And still capable of propelling that massive frame at over 40 kilometers an hour. Sheila, not really, but it's not like a tree, unfortunately, where you can sort of look at the concentric rings and count them by season. Best way is to age an elephant, and it's always a sort of an educated guess, there's a few different ways of doing it. You can kind of just look at him in general and see how worn he looks. But really we look at the temple area. You can see that quite deep depression on the front, and another one just above and to the left of the eye socket. That suggests a very mature animal. They become more and more pronounced or more sunken as they get older. And then you'd also look at the back and the spine. So this one's spine is not sagging. He doesn't look sort of malnourished, where the skin starts to sort of hang off him, which is why I'd say this is not an elephant sort of in excess of 50, which is when I would imagine that you start to see a little bit more obvious wear and tear in that area. And then if he was to look at us head on, you should see that he has a very broad trunk, sort of there between where the tusks emanate from the skin. As they get older, the whole sort of head becomes wider. So you look at the breadth or the width of the skin along the bridge of the nose, as it were. They would be the ways that I would do it. The only way to be absolutely sure is to look at the teeth. Of course, elephants' age is dictated by their teeth, and ultimately an elephant dies of malnutrition rather than old age, because once they have their 6th and final set of teeth in their mouth, then those teeth wear down sufficiently. They're simply unable to process enough food to keep the body going, and gradually just sort of run out of energy, basically, just unable to get enough food inside that body. So in captivity, an elephant might reach sort of late 60s, perhaps even early 70s, if they've got access to decent food. Obviously out here in the wild, it's a little bit harder, and they'll be eating a lot of fibrous material, which over time can have a detrimental effect on their dentition. And so even though the books sort of say life expectancy is about 65, that's probably a little bit optimistic. An old elephant will be in his sort of late 50s. And you can actually do that if you find a dead elephant. You can look at the teeth and get quite an accurate age based on the wear and tear of the teeth. Very similar to the way we do it in horses. I believe the oldest elephant that was sort of post-mortemed, if that's the sort of the correct terminology, was aged at about 59 or 58 or 59. But it's very hard to say for sure, so they don't have a birthday stamp on them, unfortunately. But say, looking at this one, I would say he's very much a mature bull, particularly by looking at the temples, so I'm going to say around about 40, early 40s. But currently he is just kind of standing. He's not really done much since he's got here. So he had a drink. He's probably just debating life at the moment, considering things slowly with his big brain. But I would like to think we're going to have a little bit of a mud bath, or at least splash some water over his back. Oh, we're going to scratch our eyes. Maybe he's just struggling to wake up this morning. See the way he's got that trunk now draped over one of his tusks, both of which look as if they've been broken off at some point, probably with a fight or during some sort of exchange with another animal. But remember, that trunk weighs a lot. Muscle is heavy, and that is all muscle. They're just taking a little bit of weight off. The elephant at the back seems to have finished his drink and is also making his way down here, so perhaps the arrival of a second bull will spur this one into some action. Here comes the other boy, also resting his trunk. Striding with a little bit more purpose, this one. That's why. You can see those temporal gland secretions, so this one is in must. You can see those dark patches down the cheeks, so that's probably why he had a bit of a swagger whilst he was walking. And you can see, if you zoom in on his back legs there, Igor, you might be able to see that his back legs are damp and he is dripping urine furiously from that penile sheath, showing he's in full must, which is probably why the other one has vacated the area a little bit. This one is giving off the vibe of a man on a mission. The other one's making a beeline straight towards us. I may need to move the car in a minute. He doesn't look as if he has any ill intentions, but he's choosing to come straight towards us. Possibly just to come and greet us, good morning. But you always have to be a little bit careful, because he might be a little bit perturbed by this other one. And if he is a bit sort of irked by the fact that he knows that that the other one is sort of the big boss, he might be coming over to try and flex his muscles with us. So he's stopped now, but we'll just watch him carefully. He's about 15 meters away from us now, but you can see that big broad head and those sunken temples quite clearly now that we were discussing. But he's got very doleful eyes this morning, and that's usually a good sign of a relaxed elephant. Source, no, we don't sort of de-tusk elephants like the way that rhinos are dehorned. I think it's a far more difficult operation in terms of veterinary and all the resources that you would need to do that. So it's a lot easier with a rhino, because there's no sort of nerve endings there. Remember that tusks are basically modified in sizes, so they are teeth. And whilst if they do break off, like this one has, both of them have been broken, it shouldn't cause him any discomfort at that point. But if you do go too high up, then you will potentially affect the nerves, as is the case with rhinos. If you dehorn a rhino too close to the source, then there are nerve endings down there as well. But never heard it with elephants. The other thing with elephants is there are lots and lots and lots of elephants, and very, very few rhino in comparison. So it makes more sense to use our resources to help save a species of which there are very few left, than to de-tusk elephants of which there are hundreds of thousands left in the wild. Not to say that they are not still persecuted. I don't know the recent statistics, but I know a few years ago I read somewhere that I think it was about 4 years ago, that over 50,000 elephants had been taken out by one means or another in a single year, which is a horrific amount, I agree, but in terms of percentage of the population, we're still losing more rhinos a year than we are elephants. That's also true. Igor's just pointed out the elephant uses his tusks far more regularly than a rhino does. A rhino's tusks really are just there for defense and for territorial behavior, and a lot of studies have shown that despite our concerns, that it doesn't seem to have made a huge difference. There are still examples of dehorned rhinos dominating undehorned or horned rhinos, whereas elephants need to use their tusks. They dig up roots and tubers, they strip the bark off trees, they use them obviously for fighting as well, in terms of the males particularly, and the females for defense mechanisms, but an elephant's tusk is used far more regularly on a daily basis. So the elephant's coming. Look at that very classic swagger that he's got, head shaking from side to side. Very much on a bit of a mission, this one. That is the sign of an elephant in full must. You can just tell by the way he carries himself. He's full of confidence, full of testosterone. And so there is a reasonable chance if he does start moving towards us, we will have to move. Because I don't necessarily trust a Mustang Bull elephant, and he's more likely to try his hand at us. I think we may even get an interesting interaction here. I think to be safe, I'm just going to reverse slightly so that we can get a good view if these two do have an interaction. Let me just see what he does from here. Actually, let's not move prematurely. The other bull again has moved off now as this one has approached, so there's definitely a dominance hierarchy in play here. He seems to be ignoring us for the time being. See if this one's going to have a bit of a mud bath. We might get a nice little mud bath here. Everybody get ready for some entertainment, I hope. We just got a big whiff of his must. It does have a very sort of acrid scent. It's a very difficult thing to kind of explain to you what he smells like, but once you've smelt an elephant bull in must, you'll never not recognize that smell again. It's a sweet but acrid smell in the air, and it's a very important smell to learn out here. So if you're on a walk and you smell that, take very good note of the wind direction and keep your wits about you. So not to say that every Mustang Bull elephant is going to be aggressive, but the chances are that they might be a little less tolerant than an un-Mustang Bull elephant, certainly. And that is just because of that massive increase in testosterone, triple if not more testosterone than you would normally expect in an elephant that is not in must. And the other thing that also we believe may play a role is because of those temporal glands which are in the forehead that cause those secretions that we saw on the side of his head. They swell up, and we actually think it actually causes discomfort in terms of the roots of the teeth and other areas around the head. I suppose a bit like having really bad sinus problems. So again, they're just a little bit more angry and they're uncomfortable, and they've got an awful lot of testosterone coursing through their veins and potentially more likely to be aggressive. Yes, he looks as if he's making a beeline for the other bull, who is hastily retreating now, it seems. Thankfully, he seems to be ignoring us. See, I can just see the other one sort of glancing over his shoulder, just keeping an eye on this one. Fascinating to watch these little interactions that go on every day. No one's going to hide behind the bush. A beautiful view, elephant walking off into the sunset with the mountains behind. Well, that was very, very interesting. Nice to see those little interactions, and a big musting bull elephant. Mightily impressive. Okay, let's send you over to Tess. She wants to say good morning, and I think she has a surprise for us.
Sounds like you've had a fantastic morning, Ben. Good morning, everybody, from a very windy and overcast Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape on the opposite side of the country. We are playing the patience game on this side. We're at a very well-known section of Amakhala called Bushman's Grave. Very nice red soil, and we are hoping that the lions are going to come out. We could see the top of his head. Can you still see it? No, I don't think so. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure here for the morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. Now, we are hoping we're going to have the whole pride of lions come out. There is a male, 2 females, and 4 little cubs up on that bank, currently hiding from us, and I suppose hiding from the wind as well. Now, when we got here, we could see the male, but he almost immediately got up. He was already starting to sit up, and he's moved up onto the bank into those thickets. And so we are hoping that he decides to come back out. And I suppose that's kind of the point of us being here in nature, is allowing the animals to come to us when they want to. Now, I met these lions for the first time yesterday, was it, Morgan? Yeah, I met these lions for the first time yesterday, and the male in particular is probably the most beautiful male lion I have ever seen in my life. He is in tip-top shape, his mane is glorious, and to top it all off, he seems to be an absolutely excellent father to 4 little bundles of fluff. He plays with them, and he tolerates them, and he even encourages them to play sometimes, I'm sure. But we're not that far from where we had them yesterday. It seems like overnight they may have killed something, so they have got food, we just don't know what, and it seems to be up on that ridge somewhere where we can't see it. So we're hoping that they might decide to move and come down this way, and if not, we can always try on the other side a little bit later. But there's no point in rushing them. They will move when they want to, and the bonus for us is that it's a nice and overcast, cool day. So very different from the last week of well over 30 degrees Celsius. Today we are right back down to the low 20s. So that is perfect for these lions to not have to hide from the sun and to be a little bit more active. Marsha, fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything we can is crossed that these cubs decide to come out, and the male, because I think he's absolutely stunning. But to see any lions today would be a total bonus. Being out here is such a privilege, so the animals are absolutely going to be the bonus of the day. Now, it's also my first time on this particular section of Amakhala. We've kind of skirted around here, but not actually come here. We're very close to the actual Bushman's grave site, am I right, Morgan? It's just up the road, I think. Fairly, yeah. Yeah, fairly close. So this reserve is really well known for a lot of interesting history, and I believe the human remains that were found here, which is why it was called Bushman's grave, they suspect was some of the original Bushmen that would have been found in the area. But the tricky part of this is that the individual was much taller than the average height of the San people that were here at the time. So a bit of an interesting mix from the same era, from the same timeline, but much taller than the average San person would have been, but in absolutely brilliant condition. So those remains were excavated. They are no longer here. But I would love to see them and explore some of that history sometime. I think the lions are none the wiser that this was an excavation site around the corner. But at the moment, they're being just as elusive, aren't they? We were treated to an absolutely brilliant sighting of them playing with their dad yesterday, bounding around. So hopefully, especially now that the sun is at least trying to peek through the clouds, hopefully they'll come over this way and decide to use that shade to their advantage. Now, there is a road that goes behind that bush, but it's quite far up, which means we're definitely closer to the lions where we are now. But because it's high up on a ridge, we can't see behind. So the other side will be looking down, but we'll be competing with a lot of different bushes in the way. So for now, this is definitely the best option, and as soon as we can and feel it's necessary, we'll maybe try on the other side. Aaron, lion cubs start teething very, very soon after birth because they're already eating meat at about 6 weeks old, so they need to have teeth by then, and that includes the canines. So the canines emerge at about the same time as the incisors and the molars because everything is just as important for lions. And so anywhere from about 6 weeks, if they've been eating meat, they've got these tiny little teeth, and those should start emerging anywhere from about 3 weeks to 4 weeks old. Their teeth should be making an appearance, which can't be very comfortable for mom. But from there, they just get bigger and bigger. There's no stopping those teeth once they start growing. But anyway, from about 6 months old, so within the next month or so, I'd imagine, the lion cubs will start weaning. so they won't be relying on mom's milk for too much longer from now. But it must be quite uncomfortable for her suckling them if they've got very big, sharp, shiny teeth. But they have decently sized canines already. They're already tearing into meat, because they're about 4 to 5 months old now, so, or more or less round about there. So they've been eating meat for a while already. Well, that's quite different to hyenas. Hyenas are born with teeth, spotted hyenas in particular. They are born with teeth, so that can't be very fun for the first few weeks for mom either. Now the animals out here in Amakhala must be absolutely rejoicing today. We had a beautiful storm roll in last night. The roads are nice and wet. All of the clay soils are forming clay muds. So we've got to be quite careful where we drive around today. But it does mean that there are puddles of water everywhere. Every dry pan we've driven past so far has got a nice little bit of mud at the bottom and a bit of water. So the animals must be really, really happy today. And hopefully that water sticks around for a while. Maybe we'll get very lucky and be spoiled and have these lions go for a drink in a little puddle. They're going to need to at some point if they've had red meat. A nice fresh meal always means water is needed. I'm sure you can hear the wind. This will definitely be helping those lions with the digestive process. Trying to cool the bellies down if their bellies are nice and full. Because we haven't seen the cubs and the females yet, we've only seen the male. I didn't notice a huge belly on him, but he looked fuller than yesterday when we saw him. But I'm sure that they've eaten enough that they're going to be in a bit of a catnap mode today. So we've just got to figure out how to find a way to see where they are catnapping currently. Okay, and here the odd bird calls, the occasional butterfly flitting past. But I think the weather is going to be a bit of a challenge for the smaller things today. But hopefully patience pays off for the bigger things for us. Okay, we're going to stick around and honestly just hope that we get a glimpse of the lions, and we'll send you over to Nick just over a couple of hills in Kariga, who's got some giraffes.
Well, good luck with your lions there, Tess. Yeah, we've come across this beautiful journey of giraffe here. You can see it is quite a thick, dense area where we are. We're right at the bottom of the valley, surrounded by high ridgelines. You can see we've got 2 giraffe here. There is one just on the right-hand side. One has literally just popped out in quite a photogenic little spot here as well. Look at that. Surrounded by high ridgelines, green vegetation. Doesn't get much better than this. We talked about coming to explore a new area. And to be 100% truthful with you guys, I'm not exactly sure where I am. But it's amazing to get out and about and bring you some different spots. This little giraffe, I think he's making his way down to the rest of the journey here. I see something has caught their attention on the left there. We did have a single giraffe that's moved across tall that's contagious in this area here. They are on the edge of quite a dense thicket going down into an open area, so they can scan right across that open area.
Sorry about that, everyone. We'll try to get Nick back as soon as we can, but what a brilliant morning we are having on Escape to Nature today. Lisa, not so much. I have found a European bee-eater in Djuma, as well as framed on a lovely red-billed hornbill, as well as some buffalo weavers, and of course they immediately took off. Furthermore, I'm trying to do some birding here in Okokoyo. No bird you see, this is what's happening today. So it seems like this is going to be the situation for the day at our waterholes with the dam cams. So yes, you have to ask me absolutely everything and anything you want to know. Whether it's about the locations, about the animals, perhaps you want to know what color nail polish I have on my nails, I don't know. Let me know. Because it seems like we are really... Oh man, I thought that was something. We are really going to have to beg Mother Nature for something today. But of course, as Tess said, it's just such a privilege to be able to be out here and to watch these animals. Whether it's virtually or our naturalists that are actually with the animals. It is so special just to be doing what we are doing. But as I say, while we do wait for the animals to make their big arrival at our waterholes, definitely let me know what your questions are, comments, perhaps you want to discuss anything in particular. You can definitely let me know. And of course, as always, I have my eyes on both Okokoyo and the Djuma Dam Cam. So if anything arrives, I definitely will let you know. But other than a few individual springbok, our Egyptian goose family, some swallows, and that really is it. Oh, blacksmith lapwings, of course. How can we forget about Fiona the godmother? But other than that, it's been quiet, which again just makes me realize how I should appreciate Mother Nature when she does give us sightings. Like we saw the Abdom storks yesterday, which was of course brilliant, and the banded mongoose. Of course, it doesn't always have to be the big and massive mammals. We really have to appreciate absolutely everything we see. So for now, we are just enjoying the flowers, the rocks, the vegetation, and the birds. So definitely do get in touch with me. Craig, good morning, and thank you so much for your question. You would like to know which animal have I learned the most from in the wild. I'm trying not to make this a cliche answer because all of you already know the answer. Elephants, they really are just incredible animals. And for me, again, I think it comes down to my experience with them. Of course, I've been very, very, very lucky, fortunate, privileged, blessed to be able to work with them up close and personal. But specifically the herd that I worked with and got to observe and see people work with on a daily basis was truly incredible. It is the elephant herd on a private game reserve not too far from Hoedspruit. And I've often referred to Kanyisa, the pink baby elephant. So what's incredible about that herd in particular, all of those elephants aren't related. They aren't even all from the same bloodline or direct siblings or anything. Some of them really were just integrated from either losses of their herds or, being abandoned, or like Kanyisa, she lost her mother. She was found with a massive snare in her mouth. I remember when we got her, she looked like the Joker. She literally had a massive scar right throughout her mouth, all the way up to her ears. And specifically with that herd was literally the fact that they were so accepting of each other. Again, you know, it's different ages, different dynamics. But again, in general, just elephants, whether they are in the wild or at an actual rehabilitation center that they got integrated back into the wild, they really are phenomenal animals. But I have to say, I really do learn something about all of these animals every single day. As I mentioned yesterday, you know, when we saw the springbok, the wildebeest, the Egyptian geese, all of them have something to defend, whether it's an area, whether it's children or offspring, whether it's their food area. But they all live in peace and harmony. Even something like a predator versus a herbivore. Yes, it's not, you know, great to think about that an animal has to lose a life to feed another. But at the end of the day, everything is just so immaculately worked out in nature, without needing our interference in any way possible, without asking our suggestions or recommendations or anything. Mother Nature is just like, you sit down, I've got this. So really all of the animals, even the springbok, you know, how resilient they are and how quickly they adapt. The lambs we've been seeing, the very first lamb I saw, I named it Roscoe, Roscoe the Rascal. But that lamb already was just like chilling out. Imagine coming into this wild, wild world, and at any time anything can happen to you. It must be excruciatingly hot, because this was before we actually got proper rains here in Okukoyo, so it was still very humid. And that little lamb was just chilling, doing his thing, waiting for mom to come pick it up from preschool, and dee-dee-dee, there we go again. What? It's incredible. They adapt so well. They coexist so well. They really are just absolutely phenomenal. But Craig, to answer your question, if I had to give you one animal, definitely elephants. But I do also want to tell you, I have a lot of respect for leopards as well. You know, the fact that they are solitary animals and yet they are also so resilient and successful when it comes to hunting and all of that. I mean, lions. Of course, lions rely mostly on their numbers to do their hunting. They'll do it mostly in prides or in, you know, even if it's just two lionesses or whatever the case is. Whereas a leopard is just like, you know what? I don't want any drama. I'm just going to make my own kill. I'm going to lie low, just do my own thing. So I really have a lot of respect for leopards as well. And you know, the type of animals they are very successful. But all of these animals teach me something every single day. We've got some springbok, but they are far away. Of course. While we are actually observing the springbok from afar, I have a very important question for all of you. So I'm sure many of you have heard about the earthquake in Syria. And honestly, my heart and my condolences goes out to everyone that has been affected by that. But again, it really got me to thinking this morning on the way to work. I wonder if we have an impact as humans on these natural disasters. And I know that sounds like a very, very strange question. But often I've mentioned, my personal belief is that we as humans are definitely having an effect on weather patterns, things like that, due to global warming. Even if it's just a percentage, I definitely do believe that we are impacting how Mother Nature operates and survives and thrives. But of course, it's not always a very positive impact that we are having. Now, I'm asking this because I don't yet have an opinion about it, but do you think we have an impact on things like natural disasters? Whether it's by, the infrastructures that we have and purely just taking over, let's be honest. Do you think we as humans impact what happens with Mother Nature in terms of earthquakes and things like that? And again, I don't have an opinion on this. I would love to know what you think. Because again, this morning I was just trying to sort of let my brain run with how can we prevent these things from happening? Can we prevent these things from happening? Is there something we can do better, or perhaps a way we can exist better to not necessarily prevent these things, but to just sort of help Mother Nature cope with everything that we are doing to it? Let me know what you think. Again, if you do not want to discuss this, that is perfectly fine. I just thought I would ask your opinion on this, because it's I'm always trying to think, how can we be more proactive and how can we be more helpful to Mother Nature and just do our absolute best, not necessarily by saving the world immediately, but just trying to do something better. But do you think we have an impact on those sort of things, like weather patterns, global warming, all of that? Do you think it is something that humans can control, or do you think that is just the way the world is working right now and we just have to make peace with it? This is definitely one of the quieter days we have had at the waterholes. Not just at Ukokoya, as I say, it's the exact same in Djuma. It drizzled a little bit earlier on, but it is still very overcast, and I think the weather is definitely having an effect on the animals today. But that's alright. We'll wait for them, we'll be patient. If they come, if they don't come, that is perfectly fine. We are mere visitors. And if we do see something, it is always such a privilege. I got Very excited there for a moment. I thought it's elephants trumpeting. But I think it was just one of the gates at the camp. But you never know. You never know. That is the beauty about Mother Nature. We never know what's going to happen. Just like we've seen in all of our other locations, on all of our other shows as well, you know. Expect the unexpected. And always just appreciate everything you are seeing. Whether it's just trees and rocks and flowers. We are really so lucky to see all of this. Ooh, I'm gonna see if I can find us that bird. I think our camera will make it a little bit tricky, but just bear with me. There was a bird that just landed. Oh my goodness, what is that? I don't even know. And now it's gone. I'm not sure, but I think when it took off now, by the looks of the tail, it might have been a bee eater, but I could be completely wrong. I'm not too sure. You see, this is what we do when there are no mammals around in terms of a lot of activity and all of that. We just appreciate the smaller things. I really am just enjoying all of the sounds and the serenity we have at this waterhole. Again, I do miss the storks. I really did hope they will show up for us today. But it just shows you, sometimes you have really busy days. Sometimes it's a bit more peaceful. It really just makes you reflect on everything we have been able to see, the busy times we've had at this waterhole. Source, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying the color of the water is straight out of a watercolor painting. I agree. Just look at that. You can't ask for more. It really is so beautiful, and that is what I say, you know, when it comes to Ukokoyo, especially now with all of the green and everything that's been going on. It really is just such a magnificent waterhole. Again, even if there aren't a lot of mammals coming around like we did see before the rainfall or the actual rain season, like the elephants, the black rhinos, even sometimes lions, zebras, oryxes, you know, this area was filled with animals. But right now it's a bit more quiet. The animals have a lot of water sources to go to. But this picture in itself is absolutely iconic. It really is so beautiful, yeah. Crystal, good morning. You are saying with regards to the impact we have on, you know, natural disasters and what we are doing to Mother Nature, we can only control our own actions and not necessarily convince others to care. You know, I agree with you there, but I have to say, sometimes I did safaris, you know, and you would have really, with the most respect, but the most arrogant guests on your vehicles, and they would really make it so difficult for me to conduct a safari. And every now and again you would have one guest coming back after the stay, or you know, when they check out and they say, listen, we're really sorry about the other guest, you know, they almost apologize for other people, and they say, but you really did teach us something. And that has always been my motto. Even if I can just merely convince 1 out of 100 people that we have to start doing something differently, that is more than enough for me. But I do agree with you, it starts with yourself. We have to do what we can. Control yourself. It's very difficult because we're really always so set on what other people are doing, and you know, we want to fix them and fix their lives, and not just necessarily with regards to what we are doing to Mother Nature in every day. Let's be honest. You are perhaps telling someone how to do their job, or telling someone how to live their life. I think if we all just start to focus on what we need to do better, then it will already become much easier. Because remember, when you are doing your best, you are setting an example. So then you don't even have to tell people how to do something. And it's difficult, let's be honest. It really is difficult. I myself am really trying to improve as well with regards to litter and things like that. When I walk past litter, to pick it up, even if I know it's not mine, just pick it up, because that bird is not going to ask you when it's constructing a nest, or that sea turtle swallowing a straw is not going to ask, sorry, whose straw is this? It's just going to happen. So I definitely agree with you there, Crystal. We have to start with ourselves. And one thing this is very random, it's not wildlife related, but one thing I really want to also encourage people to do is to donate blood, if you can. Of course, you know, there's a lot of people that can't donate blood, but specifically, you know, this morning with the update of the earthquake again, I just really thought about it again and again and again. Wherever you find yourself, whether it's in South Africa or in the States, or perhaps you are in Syria, wherever you are, please, if you can, donate blood, because doing something like that already saves 3 lives. And as I say, to help Mother Nature, it's not just, people always tend to think, okay, well, you have to wear a cape and you have to now immediately stop poachers and lock them up and catch them and convict them. It starts very small. It starts at home. Just like you said, Crystal, it starts with ourselves. So even if you can just make a difference to someone, that person is also again going to be inspired and they are going to want to do something like that. And for me personally, I've always believed that it starts at home, you know, just making a difference in your own home or in your own family or in your workplace, wherever you find yourself. That is already going to give you a different mindset, and you are going to want to do something different for wildlife perhaps, or perhaps just for the environment. And again, it doesn't mean you have to now donate thousands of rands or dollars or pounds or whatever the case is, you know, to a wildlife organization. That is not at all the case, but let's just sort of educate ourselves. And again, in terms of, for me personally, I believe that in terms of global warming and all of that, we really need to reduce our carbon footprints. And it's difficult because those things are the things that make money. It's a very difficult thing. All of these companies that are producing plastic, straws, all of that, let's be honest, we all use that. But I really feel that we should sort of take a closer look and just see what we can do differently, even if it's just in your own garden. If you perhaps have a bird bath, it's such a simple thing. You can make it yourself, but I promise you the birds are going to enjoy it. You are going to enjoy watching the birds. But that was a very a very confusing discussion. From donating blood to bird baths and, you know, now just watching the lapwing. That's what happens, you know. When we aren't constantly visually stimulated by leopards and lions and elephants and everything else, we tend to think about some other things and just reflect a little bit. Alright, but anyway, I'm going to stop preaching for now. I'm going to send you over to Nick so we can see what he's up to in Kariga.
Okay, our journey of giraffe are still on the edge of this thicket and the open area. Some of them are moving around feeding, and we've got one individual who's lying down taking it easy. You can see we still are down on the bottom of this valley, that high ridgeline behind these giraffe. And we've had a change of weather conditions. The wind seems to have blown in some thick cloud cover. Temperatures are dropping. Kind of feels almost like it wants to rain. But lovely being almost eye level with this giraffe lying down. I'm sure it's just a matter of time before it will get up and do a bit of feeding and follow the others. The rest of the journey has moved off further south. You can see those prominent thorns that giraffe in the background's feeding on that tree there. Remember, it's going to try and eat around those thorns, not eating the thorns themselves if it can help it. Remember, they do have very large, long tongues, quite hard tongues as well, coated in thick, viscous saliva. It's going to help to protect their tongue from any type of stabbing and penetration from those thorns. this giraffe on the ground, if it does get up, we should see it do a little bit of a rocking movement, rocking forwards and backwards and then forwards again and getting up. Amazing to watch the rest of the group come and go. Ah, there we go. We were saying it kind of felt like it did want to rain. The rain has now started. It looks like the journey of giraffe are making their way off. Danielle, that's a good question. 100% they are. They're much more vulnerable when they are sitting down like that as opposed to standing up. For that one that was sitting down, there are plenty of other giraffe that can kind of take consolation from that. There's the safety in numbers. But you can imagine if it wanted to run away quickly, being able to escape very fast is not as easy when you are lying down. So definitely it is potentially more dangerous. But that is the position that they will sleep in overnight as well. All of these giraffe will sleep in that position of lying down but keeping their heads straight up. Amazing how as soon as this rain started, the giraffe all started moving off. See all of those bushes down there that they've gone to, it does look like acacia bushes, thorn trees, which are the favored trees by a giraffe. So nutritionally, it is a better tree than sort of your guaris and things that are protected by chemicals, by tannins. Now, while these giraffes shuffle around and decide whether they want to feed or not, we're going to take you across to Tessa, who's with her lions.
We are still hoping that these lions are actually going to come out on the side. We did a little bit of a trip up to the other road on the other side. Very, very windy up at the top, but also absolutely no view of the lions. They're definitely closer to this side and somewhere in this thicket. Isn't it amazing to think that 1 male, 2 females and 4 cubs can so easily hide? And we know that they're here. There were some crows around the area looking for remains of the carcass. There was even a warthog trotting along straight towards them, but we've had no movement from the lions themselves. The nice thing is, the longer we've been here, the more patient we've been. It's a matter of time until somebody decides to move or start playing, or maybe even get up and go try and find some water. So from the angle where we are, if they get up, we'll at least see their silhouettes. Hopefully we'll see more. Pardon, there's a leg. Oh, you've got a leg. Yes, you see, patience is already paying off. So if that leg moves, since it is attached to a lion, then we should see them get up, and if they start walking, we can then jet around to the other side and hopefully catch up with them before they disappear across the open clearing. So from this side, we're maybe 25 meters away from the bush. From the other side, we would have been easily between 50 and 100 meters away, so a much longer distance view in intense wind, and there was no view anyway. We could just see the occasional movement. What kind of size is the leg, Morgan? I can't see it where I am. I'm a bit too low, I think. Adult or cub? Ah, possibly the big male then, yeah. Now, the whole time I've been here, I haven't heard these lions roaring. We've heard lions from Shamwari side, which is on the northern side of the N2, the main highway that comes past here, and quite close to where Morgan and I live. But I haven't heard these lions roar once, and I suppose with no other pride to compete with them here, that would probably explain why they don't feel the need. But I would absolutely love to hear this male roaring because he is massive. He must have quite a roar in him. Have you heard him, Morgan?
Yeah.
Oh.
We just live miles away now.
Yeah, I suppose we do live quite far away. We've also not been lucky enough to have them close to sunset when lions usually start waking up and roaring and scent marking and doing all the things. But luckily the weather is on our side today. If it stays like this, which it is supposed to, then we've got a much higher chance of actually having some active lions at some point during the day, which we don't normally get. So on the really hot days, you can't even find the lions. They're so hidden in the thickets. So at least we are one step ahead and we know where they are and we can see a foot. And so hopefully the lions decide that it's time to get active just now. Just above where the lions are, there's a great big open area with a pan called Flakkies Vlei. And so maybe there might even be some other game that comes to the area. Oh, I see the leg now. Rick, the lion cubs at this age won't be roaring. They'll only start roaring when they kind of get to more sub-adult size. So maybe in about a year and a bit, they might start practicing their roars. The little vocalizations that they make, they definitely growl at each other. They definitely contact call the mom, but that's that little ow, ow call. So that's when they're calling mom and mom calls back to try and find each other. And I suppose they might have a bit of a snap where they have a very intense growl, especially over a carcass. You know what lions' table manners are like, pretty much non-existent. So at this age, I wouldn't think they'd even be trying to roar. They might be able to squeak, but they're definitely not big enough to roar. But that big male, he'll be roaring as often as he feels he needs to. Sometimes even in the day, lions will roar. So I've been thinking about it more and more, and I think I met these same females, the two females of this pride. I think I met them in 2016 when I was here. And we finally found the spot yesterday where I met them. After a week of looking and trying to describe it, we realized it was the first crossing I did in the river, but was just so distracted I hadn't noticed it was the same spot. And it's a beautiful area, again, not far from here. So this lion pride really likes this big open area called the basin. Not that it looks convincingly open from here, I know, but believe me, it is. We're at the foot of all of those really big mountains. And when I was here last, the river was flowing, so it was very different looking. Now the river is just filled with reeds. But the lions still like it down here because a lot of the general game is down here. So options of what they could have eaten last night, since they were not so far away from where they were yesterday. It could have been anything from warthog, which is abundant here, and I would assume quite a decent food source for them, right the way up to springbuck, impala, black wildebeest, red hartebeest, even plain zebra, kudu, eland. It could have been any of those antelope species because they all like to hang out in the clearings on the other side. In fact, not far from here is a place called Impala Flats. So all of these open areas down here at the bottom are a massive attractant for all of those plains game species. For so many miles, I would think they would need at least a red hartebeest. Let me just quickly chat on the radio. AFM Wild Earth on lock at the moment. There's absolutely zero viz though. We're on Ingwinkala. Yeah, we've got no viz of them at the moment, but you're welcome to make your way to the area if you'd like. Someone else wants to try their luck trying to view these lions. I think everyone knows on a day like today it is literally a matter of time until they have to move because it's so nice and cool that they'll have a little bit of extra energy, particularly the cubs. Even after a decent meal, once they've slept it off a bit, they'll start getting active and start playing. That's how they learn, after all. It's how they spend most of their time when they're awake at this age, is playing. Whether it's attacking sticks or each other or mom or dad or running around, they will be trying. But for so many mouths, I would think they would have needed at least maybe a blesbok or a red hartebeest in size to feed everybody adequately. But even if it was something smaller like an impala, at least they've got something in their bellies and they can rest a bit, and then they'll just need to hunt a bit sooner instead of waiting a few days if they'd had a more substantial kill. But nobody seems to know what they actually killed. All we could see is that there were some crows hanging around and that their bellies were a bit fuller. So no one really knows what exactly it was that was eaten. So from what we could piece together from the top, it seems like the male, that kind of leg that's sticking up behind the bushes, is more on the right, and the cubs were somewhere behind him. We don't really know where the lionesses are. They're probably in the middle of that bush somewhere. But I wonder how frequently, so if he's the only big male lion on Amakhala, I wonder how frequently he decides to do patrols. Because they won't be able to smell any other lions in the area, so I suppose that might decrease his natural instinct to go out and scent mark and patrol the territory anyway. But I'm sure he must still do it. Have you seen him on his own marking his territory and things like that, Morgan?
Yeah, most of the time.
So he still goes, and sure, that's interesting. I suppose that natural instinct is
Just smelling and spending time with
still strong.
see them.
Okay.
But most of the time it's just patrolling.
Oh, that's really interesting. So that natural instinct is so strong that he still goes out and patrols, even though he can't smell any other close threats. That is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. You will hear another vehicle coming to join us. Morning. So we can occasionally see a foot to the right of the very big bush at the top. Yes, but apparently the little ones were behind him, and we don't know where the females are. Yeah. Yeah, we tried from the other side. There was basically nothing. Jade, it's probably a little bit more of a challenge for them on this side to have a very large pride. And the reason for that is because there's only 2 females. And so the one has had these 4 cubs. The other one will probably come into estrus if she's not already pregnant. I'm actually not sure what phase she's in. And so then they'll have 2 sets of cubs, but it's going to be a while before those cubs are even ready to mate. And then the problem comes in that they're mating with their father, because there's no other very big males around here. So that's probably something that Amakhala has thought about. But even for these existing cubs, good catch, Morgan. Yeah. Even for these existing cubs, before they're even ready to mate, it'll be at least another 2 years, 2.5 years. For the males, another 2 years on top of that. So it's going to be a while before this pride grows, unless there are other lions introduced or something like that. So for now, it's just a pride of 3 adults and 4 little ones. There aren't even any sub-adults in the pride. So we can only kind of classify these as sub-adults in about 1 year and 3 to 4 months. They'll be about 1.5 years old. And then by 2 years old, they're full sub-adults, and they should be losing their spots. And by about 3 years old, the females are ready to mate for the first time. The males will be competing with their dad. And so they'll probably get moved off and have to find a different area of Amakala to call their own. And then he'll be left with his daughters just from this litter to mate with. So that's at least a minimum of 2.5 years from now before the next set of cubs comes from this current litter, if that happens. If the other female has cubs, it'll be even longer, because then it'll be a full 3 years from when she gives birth to a possible mating with another female. But in the meantime, you know, of course, these lionesses will go back into estrus. They'll have new cubs. And so I suppose just with the cubs building up in stages, that would be how the pride would get bigger. But it could literally take years.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app. So we'll try our best to play this patience game as long as we can. We can try again from the top just now to see if anything else has changed, but I think we will see the movement from here at least. Even if they do get up and walk to the other side, we should see the movement. Because from the other side, it seemed like they were more on this side of this bush. And it's deceiving, because from the skyline it looks really open on that side. It's actually not. It's open close to the road, but just north of this, or just on the top side of this ridge, there's a lot of those thickets built up together. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. We'll play it out for a little bit longer and just see what happens, and we can always go and have a look, see if there's anything else close by. And come back and hopefully have even a long distance view of them from the top. If they have moved, would be nice. Just to see how big the bellies are. You know, catch up with them, see how they're doing after their meal.
Almost looks like a milkwood that they're under, so that's incredibly thick, especially at the bases. There's a lot of branches that are placed close together, or that grow close together. So it creates a really awesome canopy for them, not just from the wind, but from sun if there was any. Today it's more the wind. Thankfully. The sun is hot here. Crystal, I love your attitude, absolutely. Even if we can't see them properly, there's still opportunity to learn new things. So I'm happy that you're enjoying it regardless. If there are any other questions, maybe something you've thought about asking for a while and haven't asked because you think it might be a silly question, those are often the best ones, let me tell you. So any questions that you have about these lines, please let me know. I'm not very familiar with this pride in particular because this is the second time I've seen them. I'll put seen in inverted commas today. I've seen the male today, a foot of the male and his head. But I haven't seen the others. But lions in general are fascinating animals because they are the largest predator out here. Also, I will go as far as to say they're not the king of the jungle. We don't have jungle here. Jungle, you need to go further north. To Uganda, Rwanda, Congo, all of those places. We don't have any jungle here. This is just the bush. King of the bush. But they are so well known because of exactly that. They're so big, and they're the only cat here that lives in family groups. So the only other big cat that kind of does that is a cheetah with male coalitions. And they can afford to do it a little bit easier because they're at least lightweight. But that's actually the key to these lions' success. The fact that they are so big, they wouldn't really cope as well on their own. So they use the family group as their key to success here. A bit of backup in every sense. Whether it's hunting or protecting the family or anything. That is how lions managed to get so big, because they rely on social structures. They rely on a family. I'm talking physiologically here as well. It's a trade-off between how big you are means you have to eat more food, but also if you're heavier, you're slower. So it's quite something, actually. It's very fascinating to look at. But also that reminds me, if you are just joining us, welcome. We are not just looking at a bush. We've been looking for lions. My name is Tess. Behind the camera is Morgan, and we are at Amakhala Game Reserve, which is far south in South Africa in the Eastern Cape. And we've had a spectacular morning so far. It's windy and overcast for a change, which is great. We've had intense heat for the last week. And I think the lions that are up in that bush are really enjoying the fact that they don't have to hide so much from the sun. But it's not just us that's been out this morning. We've got a couple of teams all over South Africa. Nick in Kariga, which is not too far away, spent the morning with some giraffes down at the waterhole. Ben has had some elephant bulls in Must. And I think overall, we've all just had a lot of fun today. So thank you for joining us. If you have any questions, any comments, anything you'd like us to chat about, please let us know. It is your adventure, escaping to nature. So anything that you would like us to tell you or chat about, just let us know. We're really happy to have you on the back of the vehicles with us, and hopefully the lions will come out just to spoil us. Solly, we've been chatting about this so much, so it's right at the top of my bucket list, along with brown hyena and aardwolf, which you find here. But aardvark I've never seen in person. Apparently I saw them when I was much younger, also in the Eastern Cape, but I don't remember it, so I can't count that in my memory as having seen an aardvark and actually appreciated it. We have seen so many aardvark diggings here, it is crazy. Every termite mound we pass has got diggings, and most of those will be from aardvark, but also from aardwolf. They also eat termites. But I mean, how can we tell the difference at this point between a warthog den, a brown hyena den, and an aardvark den? The best way is actually just looking for tracks at the entrance, but there are so many, particularly in certain sections of Amakhala where it's more, or where it's easier to create burrows, but also where it's more likely to find termite mounds. So we've seen a lot of places where you can see there's a clear entrance into a hole in the ground. I haven't noticed any aardvark tracks out of any of them yet, so I'm thinking most of them are warthog, but absolutely there will be aardvark burrows here, and I cannot wait to actually find a proper aardvark burrow and confirm it with the tracks and hopefully be able to show you, but also just hopefully to see one in general would be fantastic. Right at the top of my list, those three things. Okay, we're gonna hope, oh, I see a leg moving. We're gonna hope that extends to the rest of the body and we see some lion coming out. But for now, it sounds like Lisa has a baboon with a tiny little baby at Djuma Dam.
Thank you, Tess. Hopefully your lions get on the move and give you a good view of them as well as the little ones. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a baboon in my life. And yes, there was a tiny one. I think, however, that one took off. But there are quite a few of them all around. They are right below the dam cam here at Gowrie Dam in Djuma. And they are not my favorite, but let's be honest, this is an... Sorry, I thought I saw an injury on the baboon. This is a very fascinating animal to observe. They are very, very... They've got very similar characteristics to humans, I always think. I don't know if I get that excited about salad, but hey, you get the drift. Now these are the Kechma baboons. In terms of actual primates, we see nachapies, which is a bush baby. We see baboons as well as the vervet monkeys. These guys are quite common in this area, but it's not as often that you see them. They tend to hide as much as they can, but of course they are phenomenal alarms in terms of predators, as are the vervet monkeys. Just want to have a look, see, this one is making it a little bit difficult now. Kyle, you would like to know how large do the troops of baboons get? It really depends, you know. They can go up to anything. I've seen a troop of about 80, but of course it can vary, you know, depending on the situation, the dynamics, the population, and of course the circumstances they find themselves in. It can definitely vary. Just like any other animal, it's not a set thing of, okay, well, they will just become or just get up to a troop of 100 or 30 or a herd or a harem, whichever animal you are looking at. It always depends on their circumstances, the dynamics, and there are so many things that influence all of that. I just want to see, did all of them disappear now? I literally had a troop of like at least 20 individuals. And I promise there was actually one with a baby, a very tiny baby. But just like Murphy would want it, it has disappeared now. Yes, there is one underneath the camera. I just want to have a look-see, because there really were quite a few of them. I'm just trying to see. Unless they, of course, disappeared into the tree of Narnia, which is the tree the dam cam is situated on. And as soon as an animal actually heads behind that, it's like the tree swallows them. How weird is that? It literally, in a matter of 2 minutes, How do all of them just disappear? No! I wanted to show all of you the baby. It was literally right underneath the camera, riding mommy's back. Alright, well there's another one to work with. And as I say, I honestly never thought I would be this excited about baboons. But it has been a fairly quiet day at Djuma as well as Okokoyo. So anything we see right now is an absolute bonus. No! Stop disappearing, you silly animals. Just bear with me. Sam, you would like to know if baboons hunt other animals. They definitely hunt marulas, as you can see. So baboons can be very feisty and almost vicious animals, I want to say. They can be very, very aggressive, and yes, if need be, they can actually kill something as well if they need to. I know on our previous reserve that I guided on, there was a troop of baboons that actually killed an impala lamb. So they are omnivores. You can see they do enjoy the occasional fruit and plant, but they do also eat meat if need be. How funny is this? He's really enjoying that marula. He just realized, oh no, that's a pup. I can't eat that. I will break my teeth. There's the baby. How cute is that? Ugly but cute. There's another one! Hi, friend. Can I sit with you? And this is a massive female. They really are, for me personally, they are very, very intimidating animals. Ooh, FC, if you don't mind, can we quickly go to Ukokoyo for the arrival of the storks? I'm so sorry, they are just coming in and I'm scared we're gonna miss it. No! What was that? Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. They literally all came to the waterhole and apparently change of plans. Stupid birds. I do apologize about that, everyone. If it's any consolation, just as we went over to to Okokoyo, the babies went behind the tree of Narnia. Oh my goodness, I have never felt so silly. Let me just have a gander around and see if they're perhaps making a turn. You never know. they might come back to the waterhole. I do apologize. It's just super exciting when they do come in for landing. But it's not nearly as much as we've had in the past 2 days. And again, it seems like vultures circling. Alrighty, well, I'm going to see if I can perhaps work on my timing, see if I can chat to the animals and get this sorted. Because we were obviously not on the same page. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Ben in Madikwe so we can see what they were up to.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. We've moved slightly away from Flay Dam just to see what else we can find, and we've found this beautiful little journey of giraffe, or stretch of giraffe if you prefer. There of course are many collective nouns for giraffe. A tower of giraffe, one I rather like is a kaleidoscope of giraffe, I've also heard used. But whatever you want to call them, we have a little group of female giraffe. There's 3 here and there's another one somewhere in the background. We did see 4 originally, but this one with her head up on the left looks to be the oldest one of the lot on the basis of her coloration. You can see much darker, or a little bit darker than some of the others. So very much a mature lady, as they do tend to get darker with age. And got plenty of oxpeckers feasting on her parasite load on her neck there. 5 or 6 oxpeckers, the red-billed oxpeckers, because we don't get yellow-billed in the western side of the country, like you may have seen on some of our other feeds, like on Djuma, or very occasionally we get yellow-bills there. They will be busy removing the little pepper ticks, so that sort of scissoring motion of their bill, just taking out the ticks from the skin. That one at the back has got a rather stunted ossicone who's walking. She's got one ossicone looks fine, and then you can see the other one looks like it just sort of never really formed properly. That could be a genetic thing, or it may just be that when she was younger and before that ossicone had calcified to the skull, because remember, when they are born with those little protuberances. I'll call them horns, but that is not the correct name for them, but it's simpler. When they are born, they are sort of cartilaginous, a little bit like your earlobe, and then over the course of a couple of years they will gradually fuse to the skull and become bone, or ossify is the correct word for that. And maybe when she was younger she damaged it somehow and it just stunted the growth. Who knows, but almost like a unicorn. I think she's got the little tufty tip. Always a pleasure to spend some time with some giraffe, even when they do duck their heads down and hide behind the bushes. Always very relaxing just to watch them melt through the bushes there in that sort of ungainly grace that they have. Standing relatively motionless, possibly saw some movement somewhere in front of her. The others still seem to be fairly relaxed, but you can see she's not ruminating, checking something. But we're quite close to Flay Pan where we were this morning, where there is plenty of general game, so there's probably a variety of impalas and zebras and wildebeest meandering their way through this very thick sickle bush in the surrounding area. And of course giraffes are incredibly alert. So maybe just picked up some movement or heard a rustle of something, and she's just making sure what it is.
Hindgut fermenters, right?
No, Igor, giraffes are ruminants. So they've got four-chambered stomach, just like impalas and wildebeest and most of the other antelope species here. That's why you sometimes see them ruminating. Like that. So you can see that one is chewing the cud, as you like to say, similar to a cow as well, and a buffalo. Four-chambered stomach, and say regurgitating the food that's been eaten a little bit earlier, re-chewing it, breaking it up, enabling all those microorganisms in the rumen, which is the first chamber of the stomach, just assisting in that sort of bacterial fermentation before those little particles move down into the second, third and fourth stomachs, where more absorption of nutrients and particularly moisture does occur. I always like to think of it that rumen is, always think of it like a sieve. So the food is stored in there, and there are countless numbers, and we are talking about trillions of little microorganisms that live in one animal's rumen. And they all assist in breaking it down, but obviously the more you can chew, the greater the surface area of the stuff in there, and the more efficient that bacterial fermentation by microorganisms can be. And then once they are small enough particles, and some of that digestion's occurred, then they kind of pass through that sort of sieve at the bottom, if you like, into the reticulum, and then onto the omarsum and the abomarsum. And then into the intestines, of course, and then by the time they are deposited, sorry for the noise, we've just got a truck going past us because we are on one of the main roads. If any of you have ever seen giraffe droppings, they are tiny. They're not too dissimilar from an antelope droppings or deer droppings, sort of little balls, perhaps a sort of a centimetre in diameter, which may surprise some of you for such a large animal, but that is just evidence of their incredibly efficient digestion, that very, very little comes out the other end. It's very, very dry because all the water requirements have been met. And if you do find some of those pellets and break them open and sort of crumble them, you'll find that it really is just compacted dust. You might find a little bit of leaf here and there, but pretty much every usable morsel in there has been absorbed back into the body. Particularly important for moisture, because as you probably know, drinking for a giraffe is awkward and potentially dangerous because you can't see what's going on around you. Your legs are splayed in a very ungainly position, and you certainly can't move very quickly if something suddenly sneaks up behind you if you're having a drink at a waterhole. So all these little adaptations just help the giraffe, and all other animals for that matter, work as best they can. Thomas, it is difficult for giraffe to regulate their temperature. They are quite tall, but they're quite slim if you look at them sort of head on. So in really warm temperatures, they'll generally face with their sort of rump, excuse me, their rump pointing towards the sun. That minimizes the surface area in contact with the sun. And then they have those dark patches and those lighter lines between them, and those dark patches do radiate off a little bit of heat. So if you see infrared images of a giraffe, you'll see that sort of those dark patches allow the heat to escape from the body. but they don't really pant as such. I'm assuming they do sweat, although I don't know specifically. And of course, that's another way that evaporative cooling is another way that animals do cool down. So moisture is released from the skin onto the body, the wind then blows across it, and as it evaporates, it cools and cools the surface of the skin. It's exactly what happens for us as well. But it is certainly thought that the patterning on the giraffe is one of the main ways to regulate heat, as well as offer a little bit of camouflage, a little bit of those disruptive markings just to break up the outline. But I think it's quite hard to hide if you're a giraffe. Although that being said, because they are quite thin, they can easily disappear behind a tree or a bush. You'll be surprised, it's, as we discovered yesterday, was it yesterday? No, the day before, we lost a giraffe in this sickle bush. As soon as it's put its head down to feed, we had no visual of it whatsoever. Huge tongue coming out, one of many adaptations a giraffe has to feed in this rather thorny preference that it has for its food. These formerly known as acacias, things like that's a little buffalo thorn by the look of it, which is a very nice leaf that we also eat. Local people make a salad out of it. I think the buffalo thorns taste somewhat like apple peel. They're actually very pleasant in terms of a leaf, but they've got vicious thorns all over them. Because they don't really rely on chemical defense, they have very, very well adapted mechanical defense. But as you can see, they pose no threat to a giraffe with that strong skin on the lips, seems to be impervious, and that long, up to 45 centimetre long tongue often shoots out and wraps itself around the branch and just strips the leaves away. Looks like it's looks like she's attacking a white berry bush there as well, which is not armoured. And if you come across a tree that doesn't have any thorns or spines, you can pretty much assume that its leaves don't taste particularly nice to us, because it's got a chemical defence if it doesn't have thorns. But these animals have adapted to this. There have been some interesting studies done recently that show that trees' tannin production and the amount of tannin inside the leaves has increased over the years, and in response to that, because evolution happens almost like an arms race, something adapts to that, and so on and so forth. A lot of animals' livers are much larger than they used to be to process those extra toxins. Sorry, Max, I did hear a question come through then, but I was busy talking and I missed the name. Ali, yes. It was speed eating indeed, but giraffes, you see, they tend to feed and move and feed and move and feed to move. They're quite selective. So difficult to say exactly what they're eating, but it was a buffalo thorn and then a white berry bush. Looks like another buffalo thorn she's tackling there. Well, that seems to be what's moving. Quite hard to say for sure from this distance. I'm very much relying on what the camera is showing and only have a small screen. But they'll eat all of the acacias. They do enjoy sicklebush, which is just as well because Madikwe is rife with sicklebush. So generally those sort of smaller, more feathery leafed plants, what we call those bipinnately compound leaves with lots of little individual leaflets, which are very nutritious. I was asked a question yesterday when we were sitting with the lion pride about why lions have that black tip to the end of their tail, and we were discussing that following mechanism that animals have, that contrasting marking. There you can see the giraffe's following mechanism on the back of the ears of the one who was walking away. Very bright white on the back of the ears, and especially in terrain like this, where the giraffe towers over most of the vegetation, they'll be able to see each other from great distances. And giraffes don't really have much of a social structure, or not that we fully understand anyway, but they're able to keep in contact with each other in a sort of a small, well, we call it a temporary association, but let's say a small social grouping, often of either females or males. They'll be able to see each other for over large distances. Okay, well, from the tallest animal in the world to the largest land mammal that we have, let's send you over to Tess, who by the sounds of it has at least one elephant, possibly more.
Definitely the largest land mammal indeed. I'm still laughing from Max in my ear. Got a giant elephant and he's pointing out the tall white squirrels. Absolutely, they are everywhere, Max. Everywhere. So this is a pretty big boy and he is following a whole herd, but you can't even see them because they're in these kind of subtropical thickets that are everywhere on Amakhala. And he's just slowly moving along, feeding, picking things out of the grass that he thinks are going to be tasty. But yet another big boy with a broken tusk. You can't see it because you can see the tusk on this side, but on the other side he's also got a break up into the lip, just like Afstad. Except Afstad is broken on this side and not the other side. So there's definitely a very big Ellie boy somewhere around here that is breaking the tusks of slightly smaller ones in all of these fights. And one of my favorite things about the of the elephants here at Amakhala is their color. So underneath the skin color is the same as any elephants that you'll find in Africa. But the dust is so red here that the elephants look red. They stand out like a sore thumb because they've bathed themselves in this really red clay soil. And it's such a fine dust that it creates. I mean, I know this dust gets in everywhere. So imagine how good that is for his skin, even on an overcast day, having had a bit of a sun bathe and a dust bathe. He would have coated himself completely, protecting him from pests like flies, but even from the sun if the sun does decide to come out. Guys, I can't get my words out today. So they just look really interesting. And I suppose depending on where they've dust bathed here, they could look completely creamy white or completely red or a mix of both, like Afstad the other day. But these elephants have definitely been hanging around in this red area. So we're only a few hundred meters from where we were waiting for the lions when we decided let's quickly come and see these elephants. And so that reddish bank that you could see with the lions, that is what most of this area looks like. It's that really red clay soil. It just absorbs water like you can't believe and turns into this really beautiful kind of soft mud. What?
I was going to go to the others, but they're all gone.
Yeah, they're all gone. And so every time these elephants have any bit of rain, they must be so happy because that mud will just slosh all over the body really easily. And then it dries this very pretty red color. Now, like Morgan says, the rest of them are gone. There was an entire herd standing in that gap literally behind him. And they moved off so fast, we can't even see them. Lily, yes, I would imagine the soil here would be very iron rich, but I think it's also got a lot of salt in it and a lot of lime. So it's the strangest thing, but I've noticed it everywhere we go this morning. These little puddles that have congregated in the road, as the vehicles splash through them and the water kind of splashes out to the side, when it dries, it goes like a powdery white color. And in the puddles, it looks like soap on top of the water. You know when you lather soap really, really, really hard, or you wash your hair with way too much shampoo and there's just white foam everywhere? That's what it looks like. Morgan knows. So that's literally what it looks like in the soil. So that little bit of rain is kind of washing up that salt and that lime in particular. I think there's quite a bit of lime here. And that actually makes water a whitish color. So when we open our taps, the first bit of water that comes out looks cloudy white, and then it clears up. But you can actually drink water with lime in it. It just tastes a little different, and it leaves kind of a white residue on everything. So I think there's a lot of lime, a lot of iron, a lot of magnesium. Because it's majority clay soils here, clay is incredibly, incredibly high in nutrients and all of those little elements that you need. And so that's why the animals also enjoy it. So the elephants here, I believe, are quite prone to geophagia, which is actually eating the soil or chewing on rocks. And it's because they need that little bit of extra magnesium and iron and everything. Now it's super red here. Somewhere that I would love to go is Etosha, because the elephants there look almost snow white because of the high, intense buildup of salt in particular in Namibia. So that far northern reach of Namibia towards Etosha, everything looks dusty white like snow. And that's because of the immense salt pans. There's so much salt in the soil that it's just completely white. I'd love to see a big elephant like that. So now I've seen red elephants. I've seen kind of the normal dusty color that you get in the Sabi Sands in the Kruger National Park. Now the next on the bucket list is a white elephant, coated in dust from Etosha. He's got a particularly long tail. It's almost reaching his ankles. Max is asking in my ear, and he's struggling to English apparently. Do you want to try and repeat that middle part for me, Max? Are they also white because of what that's dried up? Tolcrete. Is that what he said? When the pans dry up? Oh, calcrete. Calcrete. I was very confused as to what talcrete was. Yes, so that is definitely part of why the elephants in Etosha would be much more white than here. There's a lot of calcrete, yes, when the pans dry up. So that part of Namibia is really famous for the salt pan. So that high intensity of salt, when it dries, it creates this really hard, cracked surface. It's amazing.
We saw the white elephants 2 days ago.
We did, yeah. There were
From Flucky's Play.
Yes, we can maybe point out Flucky's Play just now, Morgan. So it looks like Flucky's Play here. It dries really white and then it cracks. It makes this like cement-like substance and it cracks on the surface, and the elephants use that dust. They kick the dust, they dislodge it and use that to bathe themselves. But of course, if they can find water and bathe themselves with that, it's a thick layer of mud then at least. But that mud even is white. So it is absolutely incredible. It's been on my bucket list since I was tiny to go to Etosha, on my dad's bucket list as well. Probably our top place in the world we want to go is Etosha. And I can't wait to go there and see it. But Morgan's right. We saw a herd across the basin the other day, so across the big open area at the foot of the mountains, that a lot of them were white, and then there were 2 or 3 that were red. So they'd obviously dust bathed in different spots, and the red ones were some of the bigger ones. So I'm guessing they were bulls. So perhaps the bulls were hanging out together, came to this area and dust bathed, and then the rest of them went to Flucky's Flay or somewhere, which is a little white dried up pan, and they managed to get some of that white soil and they bathed themselves in that. And it just looked so comical, these kind of elephants in a row, all different colors of the rainbow, it felt like, walking across the open plains. Yes. Next time we go to the top of the mountains, we'll show you Flucky's Flay. Just so you can see the nice white, salty looking soil. So we get to show you 2 things in one, the salt pan, and then we'll try and find you a puddle as well that's lathered with foam that looks like too much shampoo in the shower. The animals must be quite well adapted to drinking that. So you can actually get a lime buildup in your body, but I think the animals are better at that than humans are. For us, it just lines the inside of the kettle with this kind of white layer, so we use filtered water instead of the groundwater, if that makes sense. But we can drink it, it just doesn't taste very good. And over time, if it builds up, I suppose it could cause some problems. He has got a ridiculously long tail. Am I being silly? I feel like his tail is much longer than some of the elephants that I've seen here. It goes down to his ankles.
Is that not because the last one you saw was Afstar?
No, it's not because the last one we saw was Afsat. I feel like most elephant tails stop just a little bit higher up, maybe like 30 centimeters higher up. And then the tuft of the tail, the tuft of black hair comes down to like the ankles maybe, or just past the knee. But his actual tail, where the hair starts, is almost at his ankles. That's very long. These small scale variations in elephant characteristics. There's that really big bull at Djuma that's got very long front legs. It looks a bit strange. But he's a massive bull, but I think most of his height just comes from how super long his legs are. They look way too long for his body. Okay, bye boy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing yourself with us. And now we see a bum and a tail. But there are a few others that I think might come down into the open, hopefully. Okay, so he's decided to get a little bit shy, but luckily for us, some of the other part of the herd is now starting to come down. Maybe they're going to go to Flakkies Vlei. That would be nice to see. And they look even a different color to him. He looks much more red. They have definitely got red dust on the top of their backs, but not on the side of their bodies. So they're that mix of dusty grey and red on the top. A two-toned elephant. Afstar took that to a new level when he had just white on his face. I don't know how he got it just on his face, but the rest of the body was red and then his face was white. He just kind of head planted into Flakkies Vlei and then moved off. So again, you can see all along that horizon in between the elephants, those tall white squills that Max pointed out earlier. A very beautiful but poisonous plant. I've not ever seen an elephant feeding on a squill. If they did, there would not be any left here, let me tell you. I haven't ever seen any animals other than insects feeding on these squills. Very popular for things like locusts, anything that has bright coloration in the insect families that wants to advertise that it is poisonous, they can actually feed on these, so they are insect pollinated. And so I suppose that would help them build up toxins in the body, but elephants are not interested in that. They just want to pick on all of the little herbs, the microherbs, the herb layer, the grasses, everything else that's in this open clearing. It almost looks like a small mix of shrub and fynbos, but this area isn't really going to be as much fynbos. That would be more on the top of the mountains rather than the bottom. This is kind of that grassland, intermixed with a bit of karoo shrub. But very good for elephants. This soil is rich, so all of the plants hold a lot of nutrients really well. So I'm not surprised the elephants like this area. So it definitely seems like the elephants are taking advantage of this weather. So normally we don't see them out in the open plains like this unless they're moving from one valley to another. We don't see them out for prolonged periods in this grassy section because it's so ridiculously hot. but now they don't have to hide from the sun, so for a change they can come down and graze slowly towards Flakkies Vlei. Maybe we'll get them there just now. For now though, I'm not the only one with elephants. Ben has some as well, and they're doing exactly the same. They are taking advantage of the cool weather.
Yes, well, it's not cool weather here, but there are some clouds, and there has been a nice wind blowing today, which has kept the temperature acceptable. And Vlei Pan has delivered us a few more elephant bulls. And they all seem to be discussing over who has rights to the freshwater pipe there. And one quite happily having a drink at the back. So we've actually seen a lot more elephant bulls than we have herds over the last week or so here. It seems to be this area is very popular with bulls. In fact, at this dam we've been here a couple of times and we've seen countless bulls come down and haven't seen a single herd, strangely. I'm sure they are around, but there's another pan just up the road as well, so maybe there's a bit of segregation. Maybe the boys come here and it's not a unisex dam perhaps. But we had a bit of fun and games this morning. If you didn't join us a little bit earlier, we had a bull in full must who was sort of trudging around after another one and pushing him around a little bit. We had to make a little bit of space for them to continue their slow motion chase around the dam. They did about 4 laps of the dam over the course of about 45 minutes possibly. But it doesn't look like either of those two protagonists are in this group. They all seem to be fairly relaxed and sociable here. They disappeared off into the bushes to be replaced by these ones. You can see a lot of sort of greeting going on there, touching of trunks to mouths, just passing on, checking that chemical information, little greeting ceremonies. But Igor and I were commenting how nice it is to see animals like this out in the open. So normally I'm situated in Djuma when I'm doing this for Wild Earth, and there's a lot of vegetation and it's very difficult to get sort of an open backdrop behind these animals. So it always looks a little bit sort of untidy and messy there and hard to really appreciate the full form of the animal. But these little open clearings with nice open horizons, you can see the Dwarsberg Mountains in the background, or the hills I think it's fair to say, but they are on the map. They all see them mentioned as mountains, but lovely to see them out in the open here. Really appreciate how beautiful they are. Well, they're strangely difficult to photograph. We were also having that discussion last night. It's very difficult to make an elephant look sort of interesting if it's not doing anything. Nice to get them head on with their ears out and get the texture of the skin. I always find elephant looks best in black and white. Millie, I think that was the name. You're quite right. Yes, to see those geological differences on the elephants is very, very interesting. So we have a lot of red soil here, but there also is some fairly calcium-rich soils. You can see the elephant on the left is a lot paler than the ones on the right. We were actually driving down a road a little bit earlier this morning where we were on these lovely Kalahari red soils, and suddenly it was like someone had just drawn a line across the road and we went into white soil. So obviously there'd been something deposited on top, or perhaps it was what's known as a sill, which is sort of a horizontal intrusion of a particular rock type, that maybe there was a crack in the ground and certain sort of fluid got in there and then solidified into rock over millions of years from pressure of stuff being deposited on top of it. And then when it gets eroded away, that little horizon of soil is uncovered. In geology you have what are called dikes and sills. So sills are horizontal intrusions and dikes are vertical intrusions of different types of rock. So just by looking at the animals and the colour of the animals, you get an idea of what's actually in the soil. And you can do the same with termite mounds as well, because of course they will bring up soil from underneath the ground and gives you an idea of what's underneath. Generally, these reddish soils are quite rich in minerals, lots of iron. That's what gives it this reddish coloration. And we do often see animals in this area feeding on soil, doing what's called geophagia. We saw an elephant doing it yesterday at Mokokeng Pan as well. They were just picking up those extra minerals. If they want calcium, they'll go for the whiter soils. If they need iron, they'll go for the more reddish soils. And of course, there's lots of other minerals to be found in there. But the soil here is by nowhere near as fertile as it is on the eastern side of the country. So there's only so much that can be gleaned from the vegetation here, and sometimes it's important to find your minerals elsewhere. You can see there are some zebras sort of cautiously approaching. They've also decided they want to drink, but not sure if they want to mess with these four big boys. Roger, the stargazing should be excellent, but we've had a lot of cloudy weather. We've had rain, we've had some thunderstorms, and I haven't really been able to appreciate the stars, although I have been up here before. There's a bit of light pollution in the northwest coming from Gaborone, but otherwise lovely dark skies here, and so all of these sort of skeletal trees would make a perfect opportunity for photography. But it is a lovely place to come with these flat open areas, certainly. If I was working up here and had my guests, we'd certainly be doing a lot here. And of course I have been up here and done training at quite a few of the lodges in my other life that I lead when I'm not doing Wild Earth, where I go to lodges, and it's part of my mission to increase safari guides or field guides' understanding of the night sky, because I think it's something that is not really capitalized on, considering most of these nature reserves are in uninhabited areas. Of course, there's been a lot of discussion lately over the green comet that you may have heard. A lot of people have asked me if it's going to be visible from here, and am I going to be able to photograph it? Well, that latter question, annoyingly not, because obviously I didn't bring all of my kit up here. I do have sort of photographic tripods and telescopes and specialized cameras, but I flew up to Madikwe, and unfortunately it's a little bit too heavy and luggage allowances got in the way. But if anybody is interested, yes, that comet that was last seen from Earth about 50,000 years ago will be visible from the southern hemispheres from pretty much today or tomorrow. If you know your skies, or if you've got a star app, you want to look towards Capella, which is the sixth brightest star in the sky in the constellation of Auriga the Charioteer. And it's quite low on the horizon at the moment, but over the coming days it'll get higher and higher into the sky, and it'll end up in Taurus, actually quite close to Mars. You aren't going to see it with the naked eye, though, unfortunately. It's not quite as bright as maybe a lot of the social media and internet presence has sort of suggested. With binoculars you might see a sort of a hazy star, but you will really need long exposure photography to bring out any of the colour. It's already gone past its closest approach, and it's on its way away from the sun now, and it's going to get fainter over the coming days, but it should be visible, say, from a photographic standpoint for the next at least week or so. But when it was at its closest, it was in a constellation called Camelopardis, which is a northern hemisphere constellation that we cannot see from here. So we're sort of quite literally getting the tail end of it as it streams away from the sun, off into who knows where. There's some suggestions that it may not ever come back. Astronomers think its trajectory might be so parabolic that it's going to take it outside of the influence of the solar system, and we may never ever see it again. So if you do get a chance to find it, even if you just see a speck in your binoculars, worth saying that you've ticked that one off the list.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
See this elephant bull shepherding these zebras away. Keeping their distance, the elephants seem to be fairly indifferent to them. But there is a nice mud down in that little pool there, so it looks like he may have drunk his fill now, or we might see him have a little bit of a mud bathe. The zebra's returned looking longingly towards that fresh water. Yep, time for some mud pack. Applying some sunblock, which is always good advice out here. Okay, we are going to send you back over to Lisa on the dam cam, who's currently looking at Okukuyu in Namibia. Let's see what's happening over there.
Thank you, Ben. The storks have arrived, not all of them yet. Hopefully there'll still be some more that come in. But they really came in drips and drabs. It wasn't as impressive as it was yesterday, where the whole flock arrived all at once, which is why I really wanted us to see it earlier on. But as I say, you did not miss much. They really came in small drips and drabs. And as always, just taking it easy again. If you have missed it these past few days, these are the Abdom storks. They are seasonal migrants and they tend to follow the rain. So of course right now it is rain season in Okukuyu. And that is why we are... Ooh, just give me 1 second. I just want to see what those birds are. I really am getting excited about absolutely anything today. They're probably gonna disappear. I have no idea what these birds are. And without... let's see if I can get us a closer look, but I think we might get the shaky shakes. Oh man, that's tricky. I almost want to say one of them seemed like an oxpecker, but I'm not too sure. It's a little bit tricky. But anyway, to get back to the storks, and if you are only joining us now, we are in the lovely Okukuyu in Namibia, and we just had the, well, when I say just, probably in the last half an hour, we had the flock of Abdom storks arriving. And it has been very, very, very quiet today for us at the waterholes in terms of the dam cams. I think this has been the most exciting thing for us to happen today at Okukuyu. And then in Djuma we had a troop of baboons. But furthermore, Ben and Tess and Nick have been lucky. We've had some elephants. We've had the foot of a lion, which we couldn't really see, but I mean, it's still incredible. We had some more elephants, of course. Everyone is seeing elephants except Lisa, but that's okay. These are the days that humble us and make us realize what's important and that we should always be grateful for when we do see animals. And I'm just so happy that the storks have finally arrived to the scene. It really has been a brilliant day. And remember, we are live, we are interactive. This is your safari. We want to know what you want to know. What would you like to learn about or perhaps see? Do you have any questions or comments for us? As I said, it has been a fairly quiet day for myself at the waterholes. So if you perhaps feel like you want to ask me what color my eyes are, please go ahead. I'd be more than happy to answer that for you. But now, of course, you are not only welcome, but you are encouraged to ask us questions, whether it's about the animals or about the locations or really anything you would like to know. you can definitely send those through to us. Well, as I say, the other naturalists, my friends, are having a little bit better luck than I am today. So I'm going to send you over to Tess so we can see what she's up to in Amakhala.
I think our patience just finally paid off on the side in Amakhala, Lisa. 2 lionesses out in the open, now on the other side. So previously we were sitting on the far side of those bushes behind them, down on the bank. Now we're up on the top. And I spotted them as we were coming down from the elephants to see maybe if the lions had moved. I'm very happy that at least the lionesses have. We haven't yet glimpsed the cubs or the male again, but at least we've got some lions. I've been doing a bit of reading on these 2 girls. It seems like they were introduced here in December of 2021, so not that long ago. And they're from the same pride, but they're not from the same litter. So that one that's sitting up with the collar on, she's a little bit older than the lioness that's lying down, who is the mum of the cubs. But speaking of all the colors, as much as they're from the same pride, you can see very similar features in the face and their shape. But their color is so different. That one sitting up is quite a bit lighter. She's paler than the reddish looking one on the floor. Just a random little sidebar since we were talking about the colors on the elephants. Now, something has caught their attention. We saw a jackal trotting off just now. And they were not very happy with the jackal in the area because, of course, they probably still have a little bit of carcass left here somewhere that they don't really want anyone else to have access to. So maybe the jackal's moving around again and that's what they're watching. Especially with both of them so focused in one direction, there must be movement there that they're not happy with. Now, us poor humans who are not nearly as well developed in our senses as they are, we have no idea what's happening. We can only infer from what we're seeing and have seen. Sure, you can also hear there's a very light pitter-patter. It started to rain, very, very lightly though, so it's not going to deter the lions too much. And we're hoping, in fact, that it might give the cubs a bit of extra energy, and that the lionesses being out might encourage the cubs to come out and start playing too. Now, I don't know the age of these lionesses, but they both look like they are in tip-top shape. I wouldn't say that they're particularly old because the mother of the cubs still has a couple of spots on her, so this might even be her first litter. She's done exceptionally well if it is to have all 4 of them survive. But I know the male is probably around 5.5 years old now. He was from the Kalahari, so he is a beautiful Kalahari male, and hopefully he makes an appearance too. Barbara, patience pants are your most important thing when you are packing for safari, so I'm very happy that we all wore them. And yes, if you are ever going on safari, or in fact anything that you do, patience pants is always a really good idea. A really, really, really good idea. Always have some extra room in your bag for them because it's so worth it. Seeing these two together, it's my first time seeing the lionesses side by side. And they are so similar, it's crazy. You can see that they're from the same pride of lions. The lionesses in particular always seem to carry very similar traits from a particular pride. And I can actually still see on the one at the back who looks a bit bigger, she looks quite chunky. She's still got blood on her face. Can't see it clearly, but I can just see her face is darker than the rest of her, so she's got some remnants of blood there. I'd love to know what they killed. Still so focused. I'm scanning now to see what they're looking at, but it goes down the ridge, so I can't see if there's a jackal there still or not. They are looking out over a little bit of a valley, so the Bushman's River runs just on the other side of this crest that they're on. It does almost a U-shape around us where we are, down at the bottom of these mountains. And on the other side there were some blesbucks, so maybe they're watching their next potential meal. Maybe they killed something quite small and they're hungry already. So focused. So the brief glimpse that I had of the lionesses yesterday, because they were mostly lying down, they look like they're quite sizable females, quite large. There's that question of who will grow faster. Oh, who will run faster. Okay, it was either who will grow faster or who will run faster from Miranda. I'll do both, like Morgan suggested. So of all of the cubs, you'll probably find at this age, they would be very similar in speed, but you might find the males have more power, so more actual strength, where the females might be a little bit faster because they're lighter. But the difference would be so slight at this age that I don't think it would make much of a difference, if that makes sense. The size of the cubs, you can see the males are a little bit bigger, but not by much at all. So their focus won't actually be running and sprinting as much as it will be tackling and fighting, because that's how they develop their skills. But definitely as they get older, you'll find the males will be a lot bigger than the females, and because of that, they will be a fraction slower because they're heavier on their feet. So they physically can't reach the same speeds as a lioness can. So overall, the lionesses move faster, but the males have more strength. They have more weight behind them to pull something down and to tackle and to fight. So they're each kind of slightly more towards one particular niche. The lioness is more towards speed, but they've got power as well, but the male's definitely more towards power and weight to pull something down. In terms of growing, they're probably going to grow at about the same rate as well, because they're getting the same food and they've got different goals in mind. So compared to their end goal, they're going to be growing at the same rate towards that, or at the same pace towards that. So I would think, again, not much of a difference there, but the males are already bigger, so naturally they, I suppose, would grow a little bit faster and then kind of plane out. But it's not a huge difference because they're still so young. But you'll see a much bigger difference when they get to sub-adult states. So when they get to anywhere between 1.5 years and kind of 2.5 years old, then you'll see a very big difference between them. But even at 1 year old, you can quite clearly tell that the males are standing much taller than the females. Now the bonus for cubs is they're not as heavy as the adults, so in general, they will be faster as males and females relative to their current size than they would have been as adults, because they're so much lighter and have quite a lot more energy. They're just not as experienced. Oh, now the lionesses are looking different ways. So whatever it was, not urgent enough that they both need to be watching at the same time. They can afford a few little distractions here and there. think someone was trying to get hold of me on the radio. I heard it was a bit of a static noise there. My volume was turned down. Yes, I think it was that vehicle. Let me double check. Sorry, stations, my radio volume was down. Anyone trying to get hold of Wild Earth?
Just pulling out.
Oh, okay, copy that. Thanks, Molly. Always good to be on top of who's looking for you and where people are and what they're looking for. Oh, I'm really hoping that we've got a little bit more patience pants stretch left in us, so that these little cubbies will come out. So we're kind of just looking for movement at this point, because in between the time that we could see the male and the time that the rest of the lions were hiding, they may have moved. I think that name was Jean or Dream. You heard Dream. Okay, I also thought I heard Dream, but then I thought maybe not. Okay, Dream. So the reason that lions would have a slightly whiter section around the mouth is as much a mystery to you as it is to me. It doesn't really make any physiological sense to have whiter fur around the mouth, other than maybe being able to see each other from a distance. They look for the black on the back of the ears and the white below the eye and on the chin. But I can tell you why it's slightly hairier and it looks like they each have a little bit of a beard. That's because they need to be able to protect that area around their mouths when they are feeding. So we know that lions have almost zero table manners at all. So when they're feeding at a carcass, it's claws and growls and just, flying at each other. That's all it is when they're feeding. And so what inevitably happens is you'll find lions with a lot of holes around their eyes, in their forehead, on their cheeks, a lot of gashes on the nose and around the mouth. So what they're protecting themselves against is flying claws and teeth when they are fighting over a meal. They want to keep all the vital organs around the face nice and protected. So the hair is a little bit thicker, so it's a bit tougher for a claw to penetrate all the way through to the skin. It might just get hooked in the hair. But also to protect themselves when they're actually hunting, because their mouth is their main killing tool. That's how they kill animals. If they're not breaking something's neck, they are actually suffocating it by crushing the windpipe with their teeth and their jaws. And so that slightly thicker fur also protects them from flying hooves, from horns, from anything like that that could potentially injure them around the mouth. Because for lions, it would be devastating. If they got an injury to the jaw, they would not be able to feed and they would starve. And this happens often when lions are hunting zebras or giraffes. A well-placed kick could kill a lion, but absolutely more common to completely break a jaw. And so then they end up not being able to chew on anything. They can't ingest any meat and they end up starving. So it's really important that that mouth part is protected with some really heavy, thick fur. So it looks like a bit of a beard. It's also a sensory organ, so they have a buildup of whiskers around the area, and that thicker hair helps them feel when there is something approaching a very sensitive area like the mouth or the eyes. So it acts as a bit of an extra barrier for a warning as well, to let them know, hang on, I just need to reposition here before I hurt myself. And so it's kind of a combination of things, but the lighter fur is as much your guess as mine. There's no proven evidence as to what exactly it is lighter for. In my mind, it's just easier to spot, because it's not like they can reflect light off of the bottom of their mouth into their eyes at night, like the white layer under the eyelid. And even then, that's also not proven. It's just our theory as to what might be happening. But around the mouth, it wouldn't really serve much of a purpose, maybe, other than being able to see each other quite clearly from the front. They would look for those whiter patches that would stand out in the bush, especially, I suppose, if they're hunting together as a group. Yeah, that other lioness looks quite a bit bigger. The one at the back. But you can see really nicely now the way that they're lying, that black behind the ears with a bit of a... Ow, I just knocked myself with my binoculars. Sorry if you heard that. That black behind the ears to me would serve the same purpose, so they know what they're looking for when they're approaching each other from behind. Look at her when she is up. She is magnificent. Ah, she's so pretty. Going straight towards the thicket. So that's where we think the cubs are. Maybe this will encourage them to come out and play. Maybe she's just going to flop down because she's successfully chased off the jackal. She doesn't really need to be out and about for nothing. Oh, bathroom break. You can see the way she's kind of down on her haunches there at the back. That's a very typical pose for lions that are urinating, and this is very common to do once they've just woken up. Oh, and then she's going to lie in it. That's exciting. Also very typical of lions. As horrible as that sounds, I've seen one lion urinate on another one's face. That was in the Nkuhuma Pride in Djuma in the Sabi Sand Nature Reserve. So where Lauren and Cedric are at the moment, and Lisa on dam cam. I've seen the Nkuhuma sub-adults, so that's a pride that hangs around the area a lot, although I believe they've moved further south now. I saw one of the sub-adults get up, literally walk over, almost squat on the other lion's face and urinated, and the other lion didn't even wake up. So, interesting. Lions are strange creatures. They're not quite as clean as leopards, or cheetahs even. They don't mind where they are going to the bathroom. If it means it's still comfortable, then it's still comfortable. So I wonder if the bigger lioness is not going to go over and join. That's often how it works. With lion prides, they like to be close together, so they close the distance between themselves to lie almost on top of each other. I wonder if she'll do it again and get up and go over to the slightly younger lioness, just to be closer. So the wind is picking up quite a lot. I can see why the cubs don't want to be out. Maybe it's a little too windy for them. So I believe it's been quite a bit windier than usual in the time that I've been here. Maybe I brought it with me. A bit of a swirl in the air. But I wouldn't be surprised if the cubs are just kind of hanging out behind one of the bushes, sleeping, where it's a little bit more sheltered. Because where we were early on the other side of the bushes, it was nice and sheltered down in that little valley. We were actually headed down there to see if maybe the lions had come down when we spotted the lionesses up here on the top chasing a jackal. So maybe the cubs are down on the other side of the male. It's definitely worth us checking out, going down the other side to see if we can see anything just now. But you can also imagine the energy levels are much more constant in lionesses and much more predictable. And the little cubs, they have these bursts of energy and then these super long naps, as any young animal would. Okay, well, I think we're going to try on the other side and see if we can find those cubs. And for now, we'll send you over to Ben in Madikwe to see what him and Igor have got for you.
Morning, man. Alright, and we've got ourselves a huge elephant bull right here next to the vehicle. So if you were able to be with us just the other day, when was it? Yesterday actually, I think this might be the same bull, the chap with one tusk. And he is a monster. I'm zoomed all the way out here. See, he's just stopping, just doing a little bit of smelling. Wow, he is super close. This is incredible. He's probably just a few meters from the vehicle. And off he saunters. Have a look and see if he... Wow. Ryan, 100%. This is absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can have a look with them sucking some of this water up here. Look at that, there's barely any water. Oh my goodness. His fifth member is also out. I was focusing on the trunk and that bad boy just came into my line of sight there. Got a little bit of a fright. Look how he walks as his shoulder blades coming up while he's walking there. Yeah, that is a big, solid elephant. Looks like he's just stopping to get a bit more water there. Inevitably, I'm sure I will be cutting off some feet and shoulders here. Wow! Big elephant bulls like this are so impressive. You know, just their sheer size is absolutely incredible. And he's super chilled, this guy. He is just sauntering about, going on his daily business. I've been waiting for him to come out for quite a while. He was tucked up in the thickets, and finally he has come out. Kind of heading off in the wrong direction, but you know, at least we are managing to get a lovely view of him. And when he walks, look at the difference in the shape of his feet. How his front feet are a lot bigger, a lot more circular in size, and how his back feet are slightly smaller, more oval in shape. Can you see that? Remember, for him, he's probably going to be around 5.5 tons or so. Most of his weight is at the front of his body. So those front feet need to be slightly bigger to be able to support that big weight of his. What a beautiful tusk as well. Massive. Obviously the reason I'm saying I think it's that bull we saw yesterday is just because of that one tusk that is missing. So nice that we've managed to get him. So we had quite a bit of rain, probably for about an hour or so. We've had a steady rain, and that's potentially why he was just in the thickets, just sheltering himself a little bit from the rain. See him gently flapping his ears. Now that the rain has stopped, the temperature's starting to increase a little bit, so he's just cooling himself down. That's his little air conditioning system. If we look carefully, we might even be able to see some of the veins on the back of his ears there. quite tough with these lighting conditions, but sometimes when they are walking and they flap their ears, you can see that massive network of veins behind their ears. So for a big bull like this, when he's flapping his ears kind of full on, he will be pumping 12 liters of blood from those ears to the rest of his body per minute. Remember, the blood has then been cooled by him flapping the ears like that. So that's basically his thermoregulation system. Look at that, and how's that for a view? Amazing that a big bull like that, 5.5, 6 tons, can disappear just like that. Look at that, you'd have absolutely no idea that there's this monster bull there. You can kind of just see the top of his back moving there. You know, but for a 6-ton animal, not easy to conceal yourself. But remember, we do have a lot of Albany thicket in the area here down at Kariega. And once elephants do head off down into some of the very deep valleys, it can become very tricky to get a view of them. Right, I think now that looks like he is starting to head into a slightly trickier area. We're going to take you across to Ben, who's got a dazzle of zebra, and we'll see if we can get a different position and view this big bull again.
All right, well, we have not lost our elephants. We've lost half of them. What was 4 has now become 2, but they've been replaced by a space of activity around Flay Dam as the sun climbs higher into the sky. We've just gone past 12 o'clock. It seems to have brought plenty of animals out. You can see a nice big herd of impala that have come down for a drink. We've still got plenty of zebras milling around, the occasional wildebeest, and a young giraffe that is also going to try his hand, I think, at some of the watering facilities here. There's lots of activity here at Flay Pan. What a beautiful, classically African scene. We had some kudu made a brief appearance earlier, but currently we are looking at 5 different mammal species smattered around the foreground here, with the beautiful mountains in the background and some slightly more cloudy skies now. Excuse me. Oh, we're going to get this giraffe having a drink. Good time for this giraffe to have a drink, because plenty of eyes and ears around to warn of predators. Often they take a long time to come down to the water, but this one has rather casually sauntered up. Just making sure. Is it safe? Or maybe not. So close to having a drink. What was wrong with that bit of water? I'm talking a little bit earlier about just how thin they actually are and how they deal with the heat by facing against the sun, narrowing the surface area that the sun can reach, and you can really see there they could hide behind a lamppost when they're looking directly at you. Are we going to try again? Maybe this is a better spot. There we go. Splay those front legs wide. No, not happy with that. We got distracted by something again. Very vigilant when they drink, because they know they're going to be in a terribly uncompromising position. And you have to pluck up the courage a little while, and you might as well make it worthwhile if you're going to go through that whole process. The amount of pressure that's put on those front sort of knee joints or elbow joints is immense. Looks to be a youngster, certainly not a full-grown giraffe. Also therefore maybe a little bit more nervous. It's like a young male giraffe looking at those ossicones. Nice and thick and not great big fluffy paintbrush type tips on the end. Afternoon, Stella. Yes, absolutely. There are studies that are being done or have been conducted over the last few years trying to get a better understanding of giraffe social structure, because we don't really fully quite know how they operate. I know one place that was doing a little study whereby they had identified every single giraffe on their property. There was just general game where they were, I believe, but I think it was about 75 or 77 individuals, and they'd identified each and every one and created ID kits so that they could monitor who was hanging out with who and what the little social groupings were. I then unfortunately lost touch with that organisation. I don't know what their sort of final findings were, but I must actually try and look them up. In fact, I'm actually going there to help out and do some work up there, I think possibly even later this month for a night. So maybe I'll see if I can't find out what happened there. But yeah, everyone is as unique as a leopard's rosettes or a cheetah's spots or a zebra's stripes, looking for distinguishing characteristics on the pattern on the coat, as well as little rips out of ears or scars or anything else that might help us be able to individualize one of those animals. We saw a little earlier, in the last time you were with us, we saw a female who had a kind of a stunted ossicone. That would be much easier to identify in the future as well. But a veritable hive of activity around the dams now. And very shortly you'll see that we have another elephant who's going to enter from the right, but looks like our giraffe has finally plucked up the courage. Unfortunately our view is being obscured by the butt of a zebra, which you can see has a quick drink, and then that neck flicks back up because that nuchal ligament, which runs the length of the nape of the neck, is being stretched almost to breaking point when the head is so low to the ground, and as soon as he relaxes, then the neck springs back up. I've got a little bit of a fright there because this elephant, I think, has decided his next port of call is also that waterhole. If we're lucky, he'll throw some mud around, and the youngster coming in from the right is definitely picking up some pace. That excitement of approaching water, particularly in younger elephants, is always a delight to see. You'll see him pop into screen any moment, but he's increased his pace visibly now. He's almost trotting, making a beeline straight for that fresh water source, where one elephant has been hanging out there now for the best part of an hour, I would think. We'll see if he gives this youngster a bit of space, or if he's going to still have to wait his turn. I think he's gone straight to it with no arguments. Share and share alike. Nice elephants. Unlike the one we had before, who was in must, who was intent on stomping after any other elephant that entered the fray. There was no aggression per se, but very much pinning down who was the dominant animal in the pond at that point. Grab a quick 100 or so litres of water, lubricate that big engine. Stevie, I'm not sure if you're referring to sort of matriarchs from different social groups or whether you mean from matriarchs to other females in the herd, but not in the same way that males do. Males are a little bit more aggressive, particularly if they are both in must and equally sized. Then you'll have a full-blown battle ensuing where the ground shakes and vegetation gets destroyed at random. But when it comes to females, normally when elephant herds come together, it's quite a sort of a social gathering and everybody greets each other. Obviously, if there are any boisterous young bulls, perhaps in tow of another herd, then the matriarch will come and defend the honour of those in her group. But in terms of to other females, not really. It's a very respectful society in elephants, and there's a lot of sort of understanding. As opposed to jostling for hierarchy within the family groups themselves. And remember, most of those herds are all related. They're aunties and cousins and second cousins once removed and all the other fancy terms that we have for them, grandmothers, sisters. So all those females are related. So there's a fairly established pecking order within those social groups. But you certainly do need to be careful of a matriarch. Do not think that a matriarch or an elephant cow can't be aggressive. In fact, they are potentially more dangerous than the bulls, particularly to us. If we were to accidentally split up a youngster from the rest of the herd and the matriarch took exception to that, we would most certainly know about it. We've had no issues with any elephant bulls since we've been here, but we've had one or two grumpy elephant cows, one of whom came very close and actually chased us down the road a couple of days ago, and another one yesterday who was not very happy with our presence. So they are the ones you actually need to be careful of because they are very protective of their group. We actually took a foray into the far south, sort of where you can see behind that giraffe, into the sickle bush to just go and explore down there a little bit earlier, but it's so thick and the roads are not very well maintained because not many people go down there, and I actually made the call halfway through that I had absolutely no manoeuvrability at all. All I could have done is reverse back up the road excuse me, that we came down because it was just wall-to-wall sickle bush everywhere, and it was quite a rocky, bumpy road anyway because it's not often driven. And had we have come across either an elephant bull in must or an angry herd that's also not used to seeing people because very few cars go down into that deep south area, I didn't fancy having to deal with that situation. So discretion was the better part of valour, and we actually took an alternative route in the end. Oh, my giraffe's going to come back for another drink, I think, Eagle. He's certainly thinking about it. He's got distracted again. There's lots of impalas skipping around in the distance, so all this movement is a little bit distracting to the giraffe. He gets a bit jumpy.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Absolutely spectacular scenes here at Flay Dam. Elephants drinking, playing in the mud. We've got giraffes drinking, got zebras milling around. We've had some impalas chasing each other around. I actually see that we may have a herd of elephants that are going to come in and have a drink shortly. It's like a group approaching from the right with some little ones. So hopefully in about a minute's time we'll have even more elephants running around. We'll have to see how all the zebras and the giraffe feel about that, and we'll see whether the matriarch, who is most likely will be leading the herd down to water, whether she takes exception to so many other animals in the area. And you'll probably see that the bulls will respectfully move out of her way as well. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, as they say. Okay, it seems we're not the only ones to have elephants. While we wait for this herd to hopefully come down, let's send you back over to Nick and his elephants. Or elephant.
Alright, so we have repositioned and we are in the prime spot. This elephant has come out of the thickets right onto the top of the ridge line, and we've managed to get in front of him, and he's going to come straight towards the vehicle. You can see he is following the road. He knows that we're here. He can smell us. From this distance he can most likely see us. So he's 100% comfortable. He's probably just going to assess what to do once he gets a little bit closer. You can see what he's doing there. He's really just faffing around there. But as he does get closer, I'm more than likely just going to keep my voice down and just allow him to do his thing. I am zoomed out all the way just to give you a perspective of how close he is starting to get. This is absolutely incredible. The sound of his feet on the ground here is amazing. He's only a few meters away at the moment now. He is right here. Wow. Oh. Sorry guys, he has twisted me all the way around here, so I apologize for bumping the tripod there, everybody. That was absolutely unreal. He must have been no more than, wow, 3 meters away or so. He was right next to the vehicle. And he made me do almost 180-degree spin there, so I apologize for bumping the tripod and giving everyone the shakes there. But that was an absolute sensory overload. I mean, he's close to 6 tons, that animal, and he was super chilled. He was just cruising from A to B, doing his thing. He wasn't really worried. He knew that we were there, and obviously that's the way you want animals approaching you, you know, that you want them to approach you rather than they approach us approaching them. So even when he was far away, he must have been about 100 meters away, and I stopped in this position, and he was obviously quite happy just to keep cruising along the road. It was the path of least resistance. Wow, I hope all of you are as excited as I am. That was unreal. I mean, there's lots of small little rocks and pebbles on the road here, and just the sound of his feet squashing those pebbles as he moved by. I was zoomed all the way out. I couldn't get any wider. I mean, just to give you an indication of how close he really was. And we might see him go back onto the road here and just keep cruising along the road. Remember, for him, he's not territorial. They move more in sort of home ranges, favorite areas if you want to call it that. And he's more than likely going to head off to potentially do a little bit of feeding. So remember, yesterday we did see him with those 3 younger bulls. He's obviously separated from those youngsters. And he's off to do his own thing now. Remember, in terms of communication of elephants, the longest traveling communications are vibrations that they send through the ground, and those will travel around 7 or 8 kilometers. So he may be in contact with other elephants right now. We've just got no idea. Even the vast majority of other forms of communication, of other types of communication, most of it we actually can't hear. Remember that we can only hear about 20% of the communication of elephants. 80% of it we can't hear. It's just at frequencies that we can't pick up. So he may well be chatting to other elephants, but it's not uncommon for him, for a male of his sort of size and his age, just to cruise around by himself, do his own thing. Those younger bulls like we saw yesterday during our escape to nature, those younger bulls take a bit of comfort and solace in having a bit of company. But a big bull like this, he'll go off and he'll do his own thing. That was incredible. I'm so happy we could bring that to you guys. When I saw him walking down the road there, I thought this is the creme de la creme. This is the pinnacle. We've just peaked. This is amazing to watch how he does use the road. He's basically sticking straight to it. He turned off of it earlier just because he basically took a shortcut. He took a little game trail that was a shortcut. There was a bigger bend in the road and he cut that out. And it's not just elephants that will use roads like this. Most animals, you look at animals that are territorial, so let's use your cats for instance. Most of them are territorial and they will have to move around scent marking, letting others know that this area is theirs, this area has been taken. And often when they do go off on patrol like that, they will use the road as it is the path of least resistance. It's easiest to get from A to B on a road. Often scent marking on bushes and things on the side of the road. Obviously for this elephant, like we said, he's not territorial, so he's not stopping and urinating and defecating all over the place. He's just cruising from A to B. In terms of the direction that he's heading, he's now going west. And if he continues along this road, maybe for another kilometer and a half, which will take him quite a while at this pace, but if he does keep moving all the way down, there is a big mud wallow, which I'm sure he won't be able to resist. I'm sure he'd get some mud there and he'd start to throw that mud over his body. You can see it didn't look like he'd had a little bit of a mud bath anywhere. Obviously when he was walking down the road there was that small little pool of water. He picked a little bit of that water up and splashed himself. But I think that was more of a case of him deciding what he should do. deciding if he should continue along the road. So I pulled off on the side of the road because I thought he might want to use the road. So he obviously just wanted to decide what he should do, and he ascertained that it was safe, and he kept cruising along his way. Wow, that was incredible. You know the saying that something takes your breath away? I mean, this is a bit corny to say that, but it really did. To have an animal that big, so close to us, so close to the camera, so close to the vehicle. There's no words that can describe it. I mean, look how far down the road he's gone. And my heart's still giving me flutters. It's so exciting. You know, elephants, they're animals that if you know what body language is to look for, you know what signs to look for in terms of them being uncomfortable with a situation, they're very easy animals to read. And in that situation, you could see 100% that he was a happy camper and he was just going about his business. So I felt 100% safe during that whole interaction. And for him, we gave him the right of way. It's not like I stopped on the road. So it was a beautiful sighting for both me, for you guys, and for the elephant just to cruise along and do his day-to-day business. But that was exhilarating. That was, yeah, there's no words. And it's just a slow, steady, consistent walk that he's got there. And you could see when he walked by close to us, it's not like he was walking very fast, but being such a big animal, he takes giant steps. You know, he covers some ground, he covers distance. And from when we first spotted him to where he is now, he must have moved, I'd say a good 500-600 meters maybe. Like I said, he will eventually, if he continues along the road, get to that mud wallow, but that'll be in quite a while. I'll stick around and see if we get any action like that, because that would be incredible to watch. Even if we don't, he's put an absolute show on for us today. Absolutely incredible. Right, now that I think our single bull is moving off by himself, we're going to take you across to Ben, who's got a whole herd of elephants at a waterhole for us.
Yeah, it just went whoop, opposite direction.
Down for a drink. They scattered everything away from the warthog. See all the zebras in the background now, as I thought they might do. Zebras and impalas made way. And some of them are still drinking, and we've got these two who are just wandering past us, giving us a little bit of a beady eye as they do so. Might be some nice grass in the shade of that little tree there. Nope. The little one crashed into the back of Mum when she stopped. Looks like it's just enjoying a little bit of the shade. Oh, trying to have a drink. The elephants here are definitely a little bit more nervous than some of the ones that we are used to seeing around Djuma. So every time we sort of make a sudden movement, then their attention is very much drawn to us. I think she wants to cross the road in front of us, so we've been parked here for about an hour now, so we were here when she arrived. So I'm sure that she will pick a path around us. There's plenty of spaces for her to go. Always very important to ensure that your animal has an escape route, and so there's a whole massive expanse that she can cross the road if she wishes to. She doesn't have to come too close to us, but she is just watching us carefully. Nope, I think she's decided that an alternative route is better. This youngster's still desperate to have a drink. They are so cute to watch, and they're so innocent, particularly the young boys. This is a young girl, but the young boys especially.
Sorry about that. But how beautiful were those elephants? It seems like all of the naturalists are just doing a little na 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 to me. Because I've been wanting to see elephants and everyone is seeing elephants and I'm not seeing elephants and I'm really getting upset now. No, it's been a beautiful and peaceful day at our water holes. Apart from the baboons, there hasn't been anything else happening in Djuma. We did have a few impala males. But here in Okokoyo as well, our storks took off all at once. Of course, we missed that. But it was very, very cool to see. And it happened very abruptly, I have to say. And I was thinking, hopefully they come back, but they don't. They haven't. They've been circling the sky though, just out of reach for us. And I would love to show you, but as I say, it's a little bit tricky from where the camera is actually situated. But that's alright. We have had a brilliant, beautiful day on Escape to Nature with all of the different things we've seen. Even those beautiful female lions with teeth, that really made me jealous. But yes, as I say, all in all, you know what, I'm just going to play hard to get with the elephants. I don't want to see elephants, I don't care about them. I think if we just stay on that track, then hopefully something will happen for us. But we've got another impala. Woohoo! Now I think that weather is definitely playing a role in terms of actual mammal sightings today at both of our water holes with the dam cams. But again, that is perfectly fine. We can't have everything every single day. It's good to just sit back, relax, listen to nature, watch the animals, even if it's just a beautiful impala that's busy grazing. We really do love all of them. And how incredible was that elephant with Nick? Oh, I'm so jealous. Definitely very jealous. But let us know what has been your favorite today. We would love to hear from you. And yes, of course, we have all of us have different favorites. I can't really choose a favorite from all of the elephants we saw, with Tess, with Nick, with Ben. If I had to choose something, it's either between Nick's elephants and Tess's lionesses. But let me know what was your favorite today. I'm sure it was all of our sightings that we've had at Okokoyo. With the busy day that we've had. No, it really just does make us realize to appreciate absolutely everything when we do see them. Oh, you are just dashing, Mr. Impala. Definitely enjoying the green grass. You see, the grass is green on this side. Most definitely. I just wish we could have some elephants, coming around, feeding on the flowers. But the animals sure are loving it, especially the impalas and the springbok from what we've been seeing the past few days. And why would you not? Ooh, we've got a wildebeest as well. Look at that. And some springbok. Dina or Tina, I'm not sure. But you are saying the baboons and the elephant in Kariga were your favorite. Tina, my apologies. Yes, I have to say that really was... I'm not fond of baboons, but those two were really, really cute. But sadly, it was a very brief sighting. I wish we could have spent more time with them. But again, it just goes to show, we must never be spoiled and just expect to see every single day and take them everything every single day, goodness, and take them for granted when we do see them. Because I honestly never in my life would have thought that I would be that excited about seeing baboons. But how beautiful. You can definitely see this section is way greener than the other, I almost want to say the other half of where we generally are. But it's due to the fact that a lot of animals haven't walked here, so the grass hasn't been trampled, it hasn't been overgrazed. So I really am hoping with these clouds we are having around today that we'll get some rain again. Just to, sort of revive the grass a little bit on the other side again. This side is good still. The animals are loving it, and especially if you see a wildebeest feeding on grass, that must be some scrumptious grass because they are selective grazers. So what that basically means is they are picky with what they eat. They'll feed on grass, but they like the short green grass that have a lot of nutritional value. But of course, in the rain season, wherever you find yourself, whether it's Namibia or Djuma in South Africa or anywhere really, when it's rain season, the animals take advantage of absolutely everything that's around.
Okay, so our bull has continued along the road and he has found a small little patch of water which he's just moved on from, and he's now found himself another one. You can see he's giving himself a lovely little mud bath here. I'm hoping that he'll stick around for a little bit longer. At the moment he is giving us the proverbial butt shot. Let's have a look and see. I'm sure he might find some more water here. Again, it is really thick where I am, so hard to position and get all the way around in front of him. I can hear some slurping. I think he has found some more water. Yeah, he's got some more. The only thing we need is just for him to potentially turn side on, and then we'll be good to go. Greg, 100%. I agree with you through and through. This bull's really put such a show on for us. You can see it actually looks like he's using his foot to try and scrape the ground, just to try and potentially mix up some of that water with some dirt. Remember, we did have a good rain last night. So it's probably a solid gathering of water as opposed to mud, and maybe he just wants to thicken that up a little bit to be able to protect his skin from the sun, from the flies, from the ticks, from the insects. Okay, looks like he's having a lovely time there. What I might try and do is reposition just to get a better view, and we'll take you across to Okukuyo while I do that.
Thank you, Nick. No update really my side. I've been trying to look to see if the storks won't come back. I'm sorry I took you for granted yesterday and the day before. I'm sorry, all animals. I love how the springbok are just so loyal. You know, they stick around, does not matter what happens. But as I say, I definitely do think the weather is not on our side today, which, you know, sometimes that happens. Sometimes I've had safaris in this sort of weather, in rain, in hail, in thunderstorms, which of course was a bit of a safety hazard, but no, I've had some brilliant safaris in this sort of weather, seen a lot of activity in terms of the animals moving around, not just predators, you know, all of the animals. And then you just have days where the animals are like, listen, we are just going to take it easy today. Please do not bother us for anything. But that is perfectly fine. But no, just to reassure you, if we did have safaris in thunderstorms and hail and all of that, it was of course, you know, a safety hazard if there was too much lightning and all of that going on, so then it was actually prohibited to go on safari. But other than that, you know, you could go on safari if it's raining, if you want to become wet, and I always love that. If you think about it, if you came halfway across the world, it's your first time in Africa, you're waking up and it is pouring down. Are you really going to let anything stop you from potentially seeing something? And yes, sometimes you do see nothing. Sometimes you have quiet days like we have had today at Djuma and at Okukuyo. But other times, oh man, I could keep you busy all day with the rewarding sightings I've had in horrible weather. So I really am just hoping for a good storm this afternoon so that we can get some greener grass again. We're just never happy, are we? There's flowers around, there's greenness around, and it's not enough for Lisa. But now, as I say, I can definitely see it's becoming a little bit brown and patchy. So just in terms of the animals, you know, I want what's best for them. And once again, one of my friends are saying, na 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 na. So I'm going to send you back to Nick and his beautiful elephant.
Alrighty, welcome back to Kariga, the land of the giants with the elephant here. It's put such a show on for us this afternoon. Lisa, rightly so, you should be jealous. This is an amazing sighting. So I've just come a little bit in front of him, and we've obviously got slightly more of an abstract angle here, but it's amazing to watch the dexterity of his trunk and how he collects some of that mud. Remember, within a trunk of an elephant, there's probably close to about 100,000 muscles or so. And it's going to take the youngsters months to learn how to maneuver the trunk like this adult is doing. It's mesmerizing watching it. Okay, we're going to take you back across to Lisa in Okokuyu.
Well, I've managed to find some storks. It is not all of them, as you can see, but they are... It's been very fascinating, I have to say. Again, sometimes Mother Nature does these things for a purpose, I believe. Because when you are constantly distracted with a lot of activity from mammals and a lot of interactions and behaviors and things, you don't get to sort of just take time and look around and see what else might be happening. These storks have been super fascinating today. As I say, for the most part, I've been trying to sort of track them through the sky, which is not as easy as it sounds, believe me. But they have the strangest patterns when they fly. They break up in these groups and they literally just soar in these thermals, of course saving energy. They must be having a blast. But even when you are soaring, to get into the air you need energy. So I'm just thinking, when did they eat? When did any of this happen? And it really is so, I don't know. It seems like a mirage. It seems like there are insects in the screen, but luckily every now and again we've got one that just sort of confirms, hi, we are storks, we are actual birds. Oh, man, they are making me wish that I was a bird. Imagine just soaring. Especially these guys. They aren't, they aren't birds of prey, so they don't constantly have to be scouting the grounds and the land to make sure they are not missing out on a kill. They literally just do this for fun. And when they come down to the ground, they feed on locusts, grasshoppers, insects, all sorts of creepy crawlies. I know a lot of people tend to mistake them or confuse them with the behavior of the marabou stork, but they do not feed off carcasses or carrion, rotten meat, things like that. Again, never say never. But these guys are insectivores. And just like that, they decide to return to the waterhole again. How cool is this? I'm so happy that I am finally able to show you this again today. It has only happened once before today, so it's not like we've missed ample opportunities. But this really is so incredible. And of course, this is the most excitement we've had today in Okokoyo, which is fine. It has been a beautiful day in all of our locations. We've seen elephants. When I say we, I don't mean me. Tess, Ben, Nick, if you are listening, I'm so happy for you. No, we've had some really good sightings today of elephants, of lions, general game, zebras. It really just has been a beautiful day once again. And now we are ending it off with this cool sighting of the Abdom storks coming in for landing at Okokoyo. Teresa, you are saying thank you for a wonderful escape. You are so welcome. I did not contribute much, but you are welcome. Thank you for watching today and thank you for joining. As I said, it has been a brilliant day. Sometimes it's good to just have some peace and quiet, just so we can reflect on everything we are able to see every single day and experience and all of that. But thank you for all of you, and thank you for your questions and your comments and your suggestions and everything today. We really love interacting with all of you. And of course, without you, none of this is possible. So thank you, Teresa, and thank you to everyone that's been with us today. I have no idea who's the aviation operator here, but they really have their stuff together, because not one of these birds have collided. As I often say with the quillias too, I would not be able to be one of them, at least not a functional bird. I would definitely by now have collided with one of them, because look at that, they literally cross paths when they go down. But again, it's been a beautiful day. I don't want to see elephants. I don't care for elephants anymore. So tomorrow we are not looking for elephants. But thank you so much for spending your time with us today. Thank you for your questions, your comments, your suggestions. Please do stay tuned and definitely do join us this afternoon for Sunset Safari. And again, send us your questions, comments, suggestions, everything. You guys are absolutely brilliant, and thank you so much for spending your Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Yes, your Tuesday with us. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same place. And hopefully we'll have a lot of brilliant things to look at again tomorrow. Goodbye.